I'm muted again, right? Yeah, I'm muted again. Of course I'm muted. That's the way it goes. Oh, thanks. I can't eat right now. No, you just take it. I appreciate it. All right. Hey, baby. Okay, so let me go back to the beginning and explain what the heck's going on. My son has the flu. Somehow he got the flu first. Nobody else has the flu yet, but I'm assuming we're all going to get it. Because, you know, we can't really avoid the baby. Right now he's hanging out in the room while his mama does something. So let me say hello to everybody. Ace, good to see you. Tributor. Got Stephen Graham in the house. Silver Bullet. Yuki. Stephen Graham. Henrik. Or Heinrich. Or I'm going to call it. Say Henrik for now. Joshua Lynch. Hawk Gaming. Christy. Neo. Good to see you, Neo. Exarth. Kevin. Jan Eric. Candyman. Jan Eric. Still, every time I see you, man. Every time I see you, Jan Eric, it's always good to see you, but I think about my college roommate. Jay Turnley in the house. Ethan. Yeah. Robert. Okay. People showing up. We're going to be doing live streams today. We're going to be doing a takeover today. Hopefully at some point. But for the moment, I'm on my my challenge account. And, oh yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to get in here and take this to that. Because I am prepping for this, for Fuse Relic Keeper. So I'm going to have to do this soon. You can see, upgrade 4 champions to level 60. My Anchorite's almost there. And then I just have to do the Spider's Den and the Demon Lord and Fuse Relic Keeper. And this is all done. And I really want this Epic Tome. That Epic Tome will be nice. And then, of course, the 2 Legendary Tomes. Plus, I've got another Legendary Tome coming soon. Let's see, from the challenges, I think. It's this one. So win a campaign battle using 4 champions of level 60. So I'll get this one. And that will finish off Alice, I think. She needs that and that. This isn't bad. I don't mind this either. But so she needs 5 books. Can you all hear the baby yelling in the background? Oh, buddy. He's not feeling so hot so right now. But yeah, so that's the plan. What we're doing. I'll do a full update video in the next few days. Oh, my guy. My guy is not happy. All right, let's close out King Arthur here. It's time for a live stream. Gotta be playing one game. Okay, so let's go run one more campaign battle. Actually, let's not run a campaign battle. Let's go ahead and do. Let's see what it would take to get him maxed out. 46 of these. Yeah, that's worth it. All right, and then let's just finish this off. There we go. Mission complete. Void Shard. And then let's go win a campaign battle. Let's actually do, what do we need to do? Is there anything we need to do? Do we want to push Nightmare or something? Doesn't really matter, does it? We need 4 level 60s. That's all I've got. Okay. So I decided to 6-star Anchorite. It was either going to be Anchorite or Morag because I needed to 6-star a a Spirit Affinity champion. And so those were my two options. And I'm probably going to 6-star Morag. I thought about just holding off and doing Taragi now or Ugo. But the fact of the matter is, I think that Anchorite gives me something that I need on the roster. So that's what I decided to do. And he's not quite geared where I want him to be, but I just need silver. I have the gear. I just need the silver. So, hey, Shooter. Might be queuing up today for a takeover. All right. That'd be something. That'd be interesting. Okay. All right. So now we get some energy here. We get this tome. And okay, so now these are done. Those challenges are done. Let's go put that legendary tome in. See where it lands. Hopefully it lands in the A2, but if it lands in the A3, I'd be okay. No, A1. Well, more damage on the A1 is not a bad thing. She hits really hard. And that's going to be okay. Buddy. Sorry, you're feeling so... We got a playpen for him now, so he's actually in my office. He won't be here for the duration of the stream because he needs to go nap. But he's not used to the playpen yet. He's only had it for like 3 or 4 days. So he likes walking around. Like you can see him just peeking over it, and he walks around the perimeter, like pulling himself around, and then he chews on the like the edge of it. But okay, so that's not bad. So now what do we have to do? What's next? 5 or 6-star banner from stage 10, or I do need some relics anyway. So here we are on stage 16. I don't know if we can push 17. Question would be, would we actually put Anchorite in this team? We can't pull Ugo out. So we would have to pull Takeover out, I think. And he's the increased speed plus heals. We would get the heals, but we would lose the increased speed. I don't think we can pull Athol. But let's go ahead and see what we can do here. Oh, buddy. All right, I'm going to let you watch this. I'll be right back. He's crying. Do we have a shot here? It's going to be close, it looks like. The Brimstone, you feel like the Brimstone would help, except like he doesn't fire it all that often. That's a funny looking screen. All right, we need the revive to come through right now. It feels like he holds his revive forever. It is on a 5-turn cooldown, but it just feels like he holds it for some. Like if the A2 is up, he'll hold it. And so it ends up being a 6-turn cooldown. Oh, buddy. Buddy. Come on. Hey, look at that. High Elves amulet. I need a Sacred Order amulet. I do need a Sacred Order amulet. That was not a good clear, though. You know, and I don't know. I really don't know how to modify this team. Like, it feels like I can't pull Athel out, right? It feels like I can't pull Athel out, but maybe I could. Maybe I could try, maybe I could try Anchorite in this spot. I mean, it would be better when he's fully loaded up. What's the next affinity? Well, I don't want to use him in the next affinity. Although having a weak affinity, like doing this is not a bad idea, right? Because then you have a Spiderling tank. We could try this. But again, I don't know how to get Anchorite into any of these teams. I don't know how to do it. Once he's fully booked, maybe I could replace Ugo with him. But then you lose the decreased defense, right? Because I don't have decreased defense from anywhere else. So I don't have a Hexer and I don't have a cursed set available. Hey, I've talked about these bribes before. You could just pay me straight up. I'll do a takeover anytime you want. Just set it up. Just set it up. Let's see if this actually works. I'm sure we're going to lose here, but you never know. Sometimes when you're strong affinity, it just helps. Or when you're, I'm thinking Geomancer strong affinity. Uh-oh. I think Wukong dies too quickly. He's not going to actually be a Spiderling tank very often. There he goes. If he dies, every 3 hits, that's too fast. Let's see if there's a Spiderling I can kill. Nope. All right, I'm going to manual this one just to see if I can maybe improve my chances here. We really need to kill some Spiderlings because the spider's about to go and nuke us all. Oh, if Tagore goes down, we are posed. All right, that's a number of Spiderlings. Ouch. I think I have full heal. Not having turn meter control on the spider really hurts. I got to do this. I need the shield. Yeah, this is my free-to-play challenge account. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do this. You know, the question is, would the 6-star Anchorite be a better Spiderling tank than the Wukong, who can revive himself, right? And the answer is I don't know. I don't know that he would. He also has additional heals, of course, both for himself and for the whole team. Ugo's down. I need to Gore to get healthy, and he's down. Okay. That's it there. That's it. That's okay. We got okay. A little bit of progress there. Let's check this out. That would be nice, actually. 4 stars, 500,000. Nope. I need the silver right now. Yeah. So what do I need to do? What's the next thing I need to do? Is get another 6-star, I think. Or I could farm Dragon or Event Dungeon. I do need an amulet, a Sacred Order amulet. Actually, what am I talking about? I think this is the thing, right? I need this. 1 to 5 or 6-star banner. Okay, from stage 10 or higher, Spider Den on normal or hard. So why don't we just farm whatever we can farm easily? Makes sense. We'll farm stage 16. I think we'll just do this. We'll just do that a couple of times. All right. Do I have an Armiger? I do have an Armiger. He's level 40 right now. The issue, honestly, for me currently is that I have some interesting gear possibilities now. It's not really what I want, you know, like I'd have to get creative with the gear and it's some weird sets and some different champions and different things that aren't really their optimal builds. But would just statistically be better, you know, could increase speed and damage and stuff like that. But I don't have the silver. I don't have the silver to roll up the pieces, and I don't have the silver to make the gear swaps because I don't want to lose the pieces that I have. So I'm going to wait for the free gear removal, which I think is supposed to come this weekend. And then I'll probably make a whole bunch of gear swaps. So I just need to save silver at this point. And I haven't been running a ton of silver gaining content. I've been running tons of Minotaur. I've been running Minotaur for like the last 3,000 energy or something like that. And, you know, I've got basically Ugo and Tagore are at the 5th tier of mastery now. I haven't gotten them their 6th tier yet, but they can't unlock it until they, you know, obviously get promoted. Morag is at tier 5, and Anchorite is maxed out. So he's at tier 6. So I think the priorities are to re-gear people and then to get Anchorite booked. Once I get Anchorite fully booked, then I have some interesting options with Clan Boss. But until he's booked, he's not really as valuable as I need him to be to put him into Clan Boss, which is a little bit of a loss of value because, you know, I could have 6-star Tagore got him his War Master, and, you know, he's the reviver and the healer, and he would be doing a better job there. But again, like I said, I needed to do that spirit champion to keep moving on my missions and my challenges and stuff. And I do want Anchorite at 6 stars. So I think the next 6-star is either going to be Morag or Tagore. I haven't decided yet. I might just do Tagore. Because he's a backbone of like every team composition. Will I be saving resources for the potential anniversary fusion? Yes, I will. I think that fusion will help in the end game of this challenge. You know, I heard a couple of content creators say this year that, like, you know, the fusion timing wasn't good for this year's challenge, but it's very similar to what the timing was last year. And the truth of the matter is the second and third fusions were significant. They had significant impact. It was Ancora and Armand's. And so a lot of people who did really well in the last month had Armand's. So I do believe that even a week or two, you know, with a fusion would give you plenty of value. It's not bad. But what do I need? I need a 5 or 6 star banner, I think they said, right? So, you know, like, imagine getting an Armand's with 15 days left on the challenge. You know, first of all, you'd sink every drop of resources into them, and then you'd do crazy things with them. You would push everywhere. You'd get all those one-time points. You know, you'd max out arena. You'd get more Great Hall done. You'd do better in live arena. You like, it's just, it has a cascade effect. So I do think that, like, if we think about where we are right now, I think we're around, I don't even know where we are, day 40 something. So let's say the next fusion starts in 2 weeks. So around day 60 or like day 55. Then we would be done with it by day 70 or 75, and it's a 90-day challenge. So you're going to get 15 to 20 days. Worst case scenario, you get like 10 or 12 days with the new champion. So yeah, it would be worth it. I don't know if I can save all my resources. I want to pull during the 2-time sacred event right now. That's going to happen this Friday. And if I do that, I'm not sure I can complete the fusion. So I'll have to think about that when I get there. When I get to the 2 times sacred event, if it is a 2-time sacred event. Yeah, Knave of Hearts looks really, really good. He's my kind of champion. I would love to get him, but that's not really going to happen on this challenge account. If you claim your arbiter during a champion chase, will you get points for it? Absolutely. Yeah, you'll get those points. 650 of them, I believe. As long as the champion is not in your mailbox, you don't get points pulling a champion from your mailbox. But if you are collecting the champion out of the reward track or out of the fragment collector or out of, you know, any other source, you will get points for the champion during champion chase and during CVC if you do it during CVC. So there are 2 anniversaries. There's a raid anniversary and a Plarium anniversary, and I don't remember which is which, but one is in March. So the March fusion is generally a very good fusion. I can actually look it up. Let's see what the March fusions have been recently. So this past year it was Armand's. I know that. So in 2024 it was Armand's. In 2023, let's see, who was it? Supreme Elhain. Yeah, we got all the Supremes 2 years ago, which wasn't an awesome fusion, but wasn't horrible. There we go. There's our 5-star banner. Right. Let's see what this turns into. A ring, an amulet, and a... Okay. Let's just go look at that. Not there. Not there either. I'm just clicking random things right now. I think it was that Ogren ring, I guess. That Ogren ring worth thinking about for Ugo. Trying to get to 9 pieces here. for those intercept stacks, but it's not critical. I could drop back down to 6 if I got, a lot better stats. We got a revenge. That's not bad, but I want accuracy. I don't want to give that away. Yeah, so probably not worth it. Accuracy banner. Okay, so what about the year before? That would be 2022, right? 2022. Who did we get? We got Nari the Lucky. 2021. These dates are right. We got Yoshi the Drunkard. Maybe it was the Under Priest Prague week. Maybe it's the next month. I don't even know. No, they don't look like they're phenomenal. Except for last year where we had Armands. They've been okay, but not phenomenal. Now the April fusions. Last year was Yostrid, who is fantastic. Then we had Razzlevarg, who's very good. The year before that, we had Gaius the Gleeful, who's not bad. I think a lot of the April fusions are luck based, right? Or is that supposed to be March? I don't know. So yeah, I mean, hopefully it'll be a good fusion. I honestly, it sort of doesn't matter how good it is. All right, do I want to do that? Where am I on Clan Boss keys? I could be done with that pretty soon. Let's go ahead and all right, so we need this guy. But let's just go get some. So let me double check. So for the fusion, I need her at 4 stars and Ascended. I need him at 4 stars and Ascended. He is 4 stars already. He is 4 stars and Ascended already. Okay. All right, so let's just get her. And let's find him. I'll just finish. I just want to burn through my energy here. Probably check Arena real quickly. And then we'll get into our takeover. What are the Dark Elves? And Sacred Order is done. Got to stage 15. Okay, Dark Elf. All right, we just have to run a few of these. Hey, Yobi. All right, so let me give you the breakdown if you haven't done one of these before. There is a Discord invitation link in the description of this video, in this live stream. You want to click on that because you need to be a member of the Discord to be eligible for your free takeover. In the Discord, once you are in the Discord, oh, am I in the Discord? I am in the Discord. Let me get into the voice channel. Okay, so in the Discord, once you're in, you want to scroll down until you see an area called the Kojin Corner. There is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. So in that channel, there is a message. It says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. I'm currently removing all of the reactions. And so you want to go ahead and react to that message. You can react to it once or 1,000 times. Doesn't matter. You're only going to be entered once. but you want to react to that message. That's going to enter you into the drawing. When I'm ready, I will spin the wheel and we'll see who wins. You can only win one takeover in the calendar year. So just be aware of that. If you've already won in 2025, you're no longer eligible. Once you win, I'm going to shoot you a DM. I want you to DM me back with your login information. So I need your email address and your password. And then go ahead and DM me what type of takeover you are interested in. Now, I'm going to give you a couple of special roles so you can join me in the voice channel where I am sitting. It's called the coaching voice. You're going to be able to hear me in real time. So I want you to go ahead and mute your stream so you can hear me in real time because there is a 10 to 15 second lag or delay on the live stream. So it's just easier. But you're not going to be able to use your microphone. So I just want you to respond to any questions I ask you through a direct message. Then, what else? That's it. That's basically it. We're going to go ahead and do the takeover. So, yeah. Should be fun. Hey, David. Just pulled Coronar. Congrats. I think he's decent. I don't have him. Where I usually see him used, though, is with his duo. Let me think. Let's see if I'm thinking of the right. The Skinwalker. Yeah. So if he's on a team with Manaya, then he always counterattacks. And he counterattacks with this A1. That's first of all an AOE, and then it has a 50% chance of decreasing each target's turn meter. And then if Manaya's on the team, then it has a 100% chance. So it's always reducing that turn meter. And it's just pretty brutal. It's a pretty brutal combo. By himself, I don't know how good he is. It seems like he's decent. He has an AoE decrease attack and a decreased defense. He's got 2 AoEs. You could certainly put him in like a stun set or a provoke set. Yeah. Shot me a DM. I will get to my DMs after the live stream. Unless there's something critical. Okay. All right, how are we doing here? I think we're done here. Oh, I wanted to check arena battles just before if I can get any maybe I could do this one. It's got 2 force affinity champions. I don't love that. And Deliana is tough to kill. Actually, 3 force affinity champions. I think we can get her. Should be able to get her. I hate when you hit a champion and they heal. It's so frustrating, right? Like, I just smashed you as hard as I could, and your HP went up. No, thank you. There we go. And there might be one more here. Give me a little bit of breathing room on the timer. I think I saw this one here. Might be able to do this one. Should be able to do this one. Yeah, I currently have my Anchorite in a Daze set, which I never use. Literally, it might be the best use I've ever had of a Daze set. Yeah, I'll worry about that later. Okay. Got energy. I'm going to have that book coming. I can do the Demon Lord. Done. And then I just have to finish off the promotions for Relic Keeper, and that's done. And I can get my books. That'll finish Alice off, or I think she'll have 1 book left. right? Alice has 3 books to go. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4 books to go. That'll get me closer. But hopefully I can land one there and one there and leave the A1 alone for now. Okay. All right. So that is it for this account. Let's close that out. And let's get ready to do a takeover. All right. So I'm going to give everybody about 1 more minute to react to the message in the Discord. Remember, it's called the Wheel of Takeover. So you just want to react to that message there. And that's going to enter you for your free chance to win this takeover. And then we're going to get going. I am starting to feel some symptoms. Definitely a little bit run down. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice. My throat is a bit sore. So it is what it is. We'll get through as much as we can get through. Culver does the best takeovers. Always a good show. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. What will I do with my account after the challenge? I'll give it away. Yeah, if you are interested in my account, I'll be doing a giveaway pretty much immediately after the challenge ends. I'll probably, give it away 2 or 3 days after the challenge. I may even set up the giveaway before the challenge ends. So you might not know the final state of the account before the takeover goes, or not the takeover, but the giveaway goes live. Do as much as possible. So 1 takeover. I'll definitely get in 1 takeover. We'll see. If it's a quick and easy takeover, maybe I'll get in the second one. I don't know. I've only been able to get to 1 takeover recently, just because things have been kind of tricky here. But if I could get to 2, I'd like to. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck to everybody who's entered. Hey, Giannis. Welcome. Welcome to the first takeover. Thank you. Wheel of Names is still thinking. We have a lot of reactions today. Wow. Zonde. Zonde. All right. Another former winner, but again, back in 2024. So last week we had a repeat winner from October, and now we got another winner from October. All right, let's see here. I think it was Hodgson last time, right? All right, so this is... I got the info. All right, ready for the code. You need a longer cooldown. I reset everybody's timer on the year-end change, and the RNG has just worked out that we've gotten some repeats here early in 2025. But everybody gets 1 free takeover this year, so. All right. We're looking for Sand Devils Necropolis here today. Okay, so So we're a little short on resources, but we're looking for Sand Devils and Crocodiles. Okay. Another clanmate of mine. I don't know why, but my clanmates keep winning. I honestly, I'm on it. I'm being completely transparent here. It's total RNG. But for whatever reason, we've had a lot of Red Wardens lately. Out of like my last 6 takeovers, I think 4 of them have been Red Wardens. Or maybe one was maybe one was one of the other cluster clans. Okay. Sand Devils Necropolis. Let's see where you stand. Level 18. Ooh. Well, you got some good champs here. But okay. Let's take a look at the account real quickly. Level 74. Daily logins. We are on Cleopteryx, so not that old an account. Depending on how many fragments here, could be under a year. 60 fragments. So we've got this month and one more month left. So it's just about a year. You probably just passed, like literally just passed the year mark a few days ago. Yeah. Maybe like around here was, yeah. So you're like 2 weeks, a year and 2 weeks. Okay. Let's look at the roster. Nice roster, 75 60s or 6 stars at least. Most of them are 60s. Only 2 of them are not. Let's go ahead and take a look at Chronicler Adlin. You do have her built. So she's, she's a good champion for sleep. We also have Kaimar. So there you got 2 sleep champions there. That we could rely on. He's not booked. She's mostly booked. Oh, Joshua Lynch, I'm sorry. I'll try to get back to you. It's been a hectic week, man. Don't hesitate to re-DM me. If you DM me and I don't get back to you, just hit me up again. I get like 50 DMs a day. So sometimes when I'm clicking off all the red dots, and trying to get to everybody, I might get distracted by something. Sometimes it's lunch or a phone call or something in game, and I don't cycle back through and see it the second time, So that's even happened when I'm like in the middle of a chat with somebody, because I'll be in the middle of a chat with like 7 people, and then I'll just lose track of the conversation. It is not intentional. I'm not trying to ghost anybody. I'm not that kind of guy, but I do lose that's like something mentally for me. It happens on my phone too, where it's like I'll literally be texting with a friend, and then 2 days later I'll get another text, be like, "What the hell?" I'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I just dropped the text chat because something came up with the baby or whatever." So, yeah, Adeline Sleep can weak hit. Let's look for Godseeker. No Godseeker. Okay, so we don't have that option. If we don't have the Godseeker option, then we have to go with the sleep option. And really, really, the best sleep option tends to be Kaimar. Now, maybe I'm wrong about this, but it feels to me like it is, because he can place the sleep, and then you can get the cooldown reduction, right? So you can cycle back around to your damage. Now, if you can't do enough damage, you can, to one-shot the boss, you can potentially use a revive on death technique. So let's see if we've got any revive on death options. Maruka's the only one. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. So we've got a 6-star ninja, which is not bad. We could potentially, we've also got some max HP champions. We got HP burn champions. But what we really need, if we're going to go with a revive on death, we need turn meter fill and we need healing. So let's look for our best healers here. This is not bad, right? At the start of each turn, fills all turn meter of all allies by 10%. But we're not. Noel and Sir Nicholas. He ignores unkillable, though. Sand Devil ignores unkillable and block damage. See, this Feasting Swarm ignores shield, block damage, and unkillable. So you're going to die there regardless. So the only way to survive this, really is with a revive on death. You might be able to survive it with Stone Skin. I think you can. I think you can survive it with Stone Skin, right? So, that's an option. That can get you one extra turn, potentially. But that's... Revive on death first turn, then until able and block damage to keep. That's a lot of... Is that Mikage you're trying to say there? Yeah, Mikage's sleep on her A2. It's not bad. But so what you would do, just like let's theorize sort of what we're trying to do here. We would do something where we would want a sleep champion. So for right now, let's just say that is Kymar. Let's say that's our best bet. So you put the boss to sleep, and you want to hit the boss as many times as you can in that window, but you prefer the boss to wake up by himself. You don't want to activate waking up the boss, because then he goes. If he wakes up by himself, then you have a whole extra turn to set up whatever you're going to do next. So then what you would do is you would put up the revive on death. So wherever Maruka is, she might be in maybe she's in a vault right now. Oh, she's in the... Okay, so she's in the thing. The sparring pit. So The problem is here we're not getting a usable aura. And I'm thinking we want weaken, we want decreased defense if we can get it. Max HP nukes are good, but I don't know if Thorian is going to bring us enough. Now we could go for like an ally attack like Grand Oak Podrig here. He'd give us an aura. The ally attack is a little bit problematic. You only want single hitters then. You get turn meter fill, cleanse, increase speed. You get some healing. And it heals the destroyed max HP, which is actually nice. So Mikage and Adeline. I mean, Mikage is probably the best sleep option. She's probably the best sleep option. Because then you could also get the weaken. This does not count as a hit. I mean, if you get the cycle right, you don't need a ton of damage. If you get the cycle right, you don't need much damage at all. Because you could just go infinitely, right? Yeah, I mean, a reviver is... So the way you would use a reviver, like a straight reviver, I think, is you would use a revive on death on the reviver. But we don't have that. We have to use Maruka. I don't think we have an option. I think we have to use her. Because I don't think we have the damage to nuke out the boss just straight up one shot. Like, I don't think we have that. This is a good amount of damage from Ninja. Accuracy is a little low, actually, I think, for stage 25. Let me double check that. The raid stages tool. Sand Devil's Necropolis. You're talking about 495 accuracy. So Ninja doesn't have it to land the HP burns. Now, we could just go with straight damage, right? We could go with a max HP hitter. You could even go with like a Cold Heart or a Royal Guard, depending on how hard he hits. He's not built. Okay. Whisper's not great because you get too many extra hits and it's unpredictable. But we got some 6-star Blessing Cold Hearts here. Not built. not built. He's built okay. So then the question becomes, maybe, do we want to just use an HP burner? A lot of champions you pulled gear off recently, it looks like. Okay. Yeah, we could book Kymar out. We'd have to rebuild him to, or at least finish his build, get him into speed boots and stuff like that, and so we don't. I mean, we only have 6 million silver, so if we're gonna build a champion, we can build like one half of one champion. You know what I mean? Or we can swap some gear, and that's basically all we can do. Um, so I think what I'm tempted to do is something like this with. I kind of like this a little bit. We're gonna need speed to make sure we get back around to our cooldowns in time. And we get two little heals here plus Maruka's heal. Right? Actually, we'll get 3 heals plus Maruka's heal. So it might be enough. Yeah, I mean that team could work. I'm looking at an optimizer team right now. What stage is that for? I mean, you can see the speeds on that, right? You can see how fast everybody is there. Yeah. All right, so this is stage 19 right now. Let's see if we can manual this. So I don't think I want to use the turn meter fill right now. So let's just. Oh. Yostrid landed a sleep. That's actually potentially problematic. So let's just do this like we would anyway. Okay, and so we're gonna go with a. Do we get the extra turn here? Okay, so we're gonna self buff, and then we're gonna take the max HP nuke. What the hell was that? Was that just a speed thing? All right, so he's about to nuke us all out, right? So I guess we... I mean, I'm trying to think of how the AI would do this. Probably do this. All right, and now we need to put up the revive on death. All allies for 2 turns. Okay. Can't use her extra turn mechanic. I need the boss to go. All right. So now we want the turn meter fill. That's going to heal us from Astrid. Why didn't we heal? We should have healed. We healed off of that one. We didn't land the weaken, which is disappointing. Maybe we can land the weaken here. We haven't gotten back around to his nuke yet. Well, we're going to do it. And we'll do the max HP nuke now. And we're dead. I messed up. I didn't use the extra turn last time. He's gonna wipe us out? No, he's doing okay. So he's just using his A1 right now. But if Yostra dies, then we're in trouble. So we need her to heal a little bit. And now the boss is asleep. What the hell? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. The cycle feels really weird. The question is, will we come back around in time? Is it because I'm hitting him with back-to-back sleeps and he's only immune to 1? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I appreciate the chat. That's helpful, guys. Whenever a sleep debuff expires or is removed from the boss, he becomes immune to sleep debuffs for 1 turn. He took 2 back-to-back sleeps. He's supposed to be immune for a turn. And from what I was witnessing, he did not stay immune to the sleep. Now, it may be that I misunderstood what I was seeing, but I understand the boss fight. I understand this mechanic. I don't understand how he is immune to the first sleep, but then gets hit with the next sleep on the same turn and goes to sleep, right? Like, he shouldn't. He becomes, when a sleep debuff expires or is removed. So he wakes up. So, all right, we'll have to figure this out. So we're about to get hit with this. So we do need our Revive on Death. See, he's immune right now. Okay, so now he's no longer immune to sleep. So we should be able to sleep him. I don't know why. He just weak hit, I guess. Okay, so now we can sleep him. Okay. All right, so this counter goes up once, right? Right, okay. So we want to heal, beat ourselves up. If we can get the weaken on him, that's good. There we go. Should be boss done. Okay. So the team composition works, although there was some confusion there with the opening with Yostrid. Right? And again, what I often say with Sand Devil's Necropolis when you're working your way up is whatever team you're using, remember that the speeds are constantly changing as you're going up. The affinity is constantly changing as you go up. So the best thing you can probably do is manual all the way up to 25. And then when you get to 25, that's where you create your speed tune. Like, don't bother creating a speed tune beforehand. Now, there may be some speed tunes that work all the way up, or like maybe work, 5 floors and then you adjust it by a few speed and it works for another 5 floors or something. There may be that kind of team. I don't know. I'm not that deep into that theory crafting kind of aspect of it. What I've done for all of my takeovers and what I've done for my own accounts is I've just manualed my way up. So I would recommend doing that. Let's see where we are in terms of, we have any energy? We have no, we have no energy. We barely have any gems. We have no silver. Whew. But we were able to theory craft something here. Maruka is, let's see. Oh, she's not built either. Okay. So that's something to know. So we could use her. We could use her for B-Belt. So this is actually something that's kind of interesting because we almost don't care about her, right? Like, she's going to die, come back, the sleeps go out. She's not going to take a ton of damage. But yeah, it would be worth maybe having a little bit of speed on her. So let's see if we have something like that. And then maybe see what we've got here. So neither of those are great, but resistance is probably better. I mean, we'd like HP, right? But that's okay. If we did this, you'll actually get the regen on, and then you can go ahead and level this up. HP percentage. HP percentage. There you go. There you go. That's nice. Let's do it one more time. Take it all the way. Hey, look at that. That was beautiful. Okay, so we'll get her up to 212 speed, a little bit more HP. And now she's actually got the regen. That might be all we need there. All right, so I think we've got 16 more energy, right? So that's all we need? Is that what we need right now? 16 energy? Okay. Now, this is going to be a little bit different because the Affinities change. Obviously, the speeds are going to be a little bit different. But one thing you could do here, by the way, is, you could put the accuracy aura in if you are just a little bit shy on the accuracy. But we don't really, the person we need accuracy on is Yostrid. And she actually has it. I don't think this is high. Well, we just checked, right? You need like 495 or something. So she's not quite all the way there. But I'm assuming, yeah, she has this, which will give her more. She has this, which will give her 4 more, so she's close. She should land enough of the debuffs. And really, she's here for the speed up and the turn meter increase and the increased attack and stuff like that. So I think this is okay. Ally speed in dungeons, 25%. That's a nice aura. I didn't even realize that was... I thought that was a 19% all battle aura. Who am I confusing him with? Maybe Elva? I don't know. Or Ancora. Okay. So stage 20. Let's try it again. So I think we're actually going to do this. I'm going to do this. Even though that's the weaken, I think that's fine. We're going to transform, and then we're going to use the A1 to put the boss to sleep. But that's a problematic sleep there, isn't it? Good. All right. For some reason, I always think Podrig's ally attack should be on his A3, but it's on his A2. All right, so now we need the Revive on Death. All right. We should get a heal off of that. I don't know why we don't. Right? Whenever this champion or an ally has their turn meter increase, heals all allies based on their max HP. And that was a 20... I thought that was a 20% turn meter increase, but okay, whatever. Hopefully we have enough. The weaken and the slow was good. One turn cooldown. So maybe it's... she had already used it on the same turn. That's possible, yeah. Extra turn. Nuke. Boom. That was bad. Hey, Ephemeral. Yeah, I messed that up, that rotation. Somehow. Maybe we can still get... I mean, like I said, as long as we have our Revive on Death, and you don't really need a ton of damage. You just need to make sure that you have enough to keep your team alive. Now the boss can be put to sleep again, right? Now it can be put to sleep. Okay. Sleep. This is so little damage right now. But at least Maruka's in good health because we got the regen on her. So that feels pretty good. Thing is, he's gonna wake up and use this. I think I gotta put it up now. I think I have to put it up now. Yeah, a good call. See that, like putting him right back to sleep there, right? He literally just woke up. Did he get an extra turn? Like, is the waking up one turn and then the attack a second turn? Because that feels like he wakes up and does an attack. That feels like it should be one turn to me, but then he wouldn't be able to go back to sleep right now. So it must be that he woke up and then on the next turn he attacked, and then that means he's vulnerable to sleep again. It must be. Otherwise, that literally wouldn't happen. All right, so we were able to work that out. So I think this is the team. I think this is the team for you right now. You know, it feels like there's not much more we can do at the moment because we don't have energy and we don't have a lot of gems. I don't want to burn your last gems here, but I think let's go ahead and put that team into. Are they going to give us an issue with this? Because, yeah, they're not even going to let me put it into the team. I hate that they lock you out of the team setup thing. But okay, so you have the team, and I think that when you get to 25, you can go ahead and speed tune it, you know. And it may be that the one that you showed me from the optimizer will also work at 25 with the speeds that we're talking about. You just need to get there. Remember that affinity matters. So for instance, the team that you're looking at has only force and spirit affinity champions. So let me go ahead and see if I can. So this is the team we were talking about. So this is a team out of the optimizer. And as you can see, this team only has strong affinity and neutral affinity champions, right? For 25, because 25 is magic affinity, I believe. No, I'm sorry. 25 is force affinity. So you don't have any magic affinity, which would be weak, right? So the spirit affinity are strong. The void and force affinity are neutral, so you don't have to worry about weak hits. And, this team says it has a 100% success rate. So great, So I would assume that you've got the 3% failure rate, right? Like you're going to hit that at some point. Like you're just going to get 3% on the sleep and then you're done. Unless because of the ally attack, maybe you get a second chance. So maybe Adeline had, like you have an ally attack chance to put him to sleep, and then you've got a regular chance to put him to sleep, and then it would have to be 3% back to back, which could basically make it close to 100%. So that might work that way. So you could certainly try this out. I like this team for a few reasons. One is I like Podrick at 339 speed. I think he's really usable in a lot of different places at that speed. And I also like Ruella up around 273 and Frickin around 271. I think those are decent speeds for them. Maybe Frickin would need to be a little bit faster for Fire Knight hard mode, depending on what kind of composition you use him in. But that should be fast enough for several compositions. You should still have options there at 271 speed. And if you're using Podrick and Frickin as your two ally attackers, then potentially they're both built at the speed you need them for Fire Knight hard mode. Yeah, so this is not a bad composition. I would definitely think about this, but the one that we currently have in the game, that we were just using with Lady Mikage, I think that one works. Basically, with Lady Mikage, remember that you want to transform her and then basically just use her A1 and A3. She doesn't need to transform back. You don't need her ally attack. There's no real advantage to that. She's primarily there to just be your sleep champion. Yostrid is kind of a backup, right? Which potentially could actually mess things up. So it may be that in the future, in order to get 100%, success rate out of this team, you need to pull Yostrid. And you need to get somebody else in there who's actually going to give you, more healing, maybe, or another increased speed. I'm like Podrick gives you turn meter fill, and does he gives an increased speed as well, right? But I just have to click red dots. I can't help myself. So yeah, he's giving you that increased speed in the turn meter fill. So because your Athorian is already self-buffing, I don't think you really necessarily need Yostrid here. I think she was a little bit of a luxury. So maybe somebody a little bit simpler in terms of healing. You could go with we were looking at Rock of Viletide. Certainly gives you some options. She also happens to be nice because she's going to give you those cleanses and the block debuffs. Where is it? Block debuffs, and then this one is a cleanse. And that's going to prevent that slow that comes out from the boss's A1 from messing up your speed tune. So you could certainly use Rock of Viletide in that Yostrid role if the speeds are right. That's what it feels like, at least. Yeah, so the issue with Whisper is she needs to hit incredibly hard. And maybe a 4-star Whisper, like a 4-star Blessing on the Whisper could do it. Preferably, you'd have a 6-star Whisper, right? What Blessing? Obviously, there aren't masteries here yet. So, Cruelty. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if Cruelty is even necessary on her. Because it does decrease the defense of the boss, right? For other people to do more damage, potentially. But she's going to ignore 100% of the defense here. I mean, you'd get more ignored defense, more ignored defense on the A3 and the A1, so you would do more damage with cruelty potentially. But yeah, so you do have another option to explore as you go up Sand Devils. But I think this team that you have should be able to manual it up. You can see it was like about 7 minutes a run because you have to make sure that you don't mess up. I've done the manual fight enough that I usually don't mess up. Every once in a while I still do because it's a complex enough calculation because you don't know exactly how fast everybody is going to be. So you have to kind of guess. It's like, did I get my Revive on Death up in time or not? The nice thing about Maruka is her Revive on Death is a 2-turn buff. So it gives you a little bit of leeway, but you want to watch out if you're using anybody with an extra turn mechanic like Yostrid or like Thorian. They both have extra turn mechanics. If you use the extra turn mechanic, you will outpace the block revive. I'm sorry, not the block revive, the Revive on Death, right? So another thing that you could think about here, if it matters, if you're using Lady Mikage, she has this on her first form, which extends the duration of all ally buffs. So you can actually extend the duration of that buff. But again, this would be in the first form, right? And this is not really where you want her to be. And also remember, when she transforms, that's an extra turn. So you can lose her that way. So we actually have 3 champions that have extra turn mechanics in this composition, which is a little bit tricky. So just be aware of that when you're manualing, that you don't accidentally outrun your own Revive on Death buffs. Another thing that can be a little bit tricky about this is the A1 on Podrick has a chance of decreasing the cooldown of a random active skill. So be aware that could change the rotation of your other champions. This is, again, why it makes more sense to speed tune him at 25. But potentially, like if you're working on a counter, and this could mess up the counter. You know what I mean? It could just mess up the timing of a particular skill. So be aware of that as well. But I think this team should be able to walk you up. Do you have any questions? Yeah, it's a quick one this time. I mean, if you want, is there anything else you want me to look at here? Any other things that could use a hand? Something maybe that doesn't take energy? There aren't a lot of things that take don't take energy. Doom Tower, Centranos, Clan Boss, Hydra. I'm not really up to speed on the Chimera yet. Looks like you've used all your keys this week already. Good for you. Good for you, clanmate. I appreciate you. I still have to use like 2 of my keys. Yeah. How you doing on your missions? Exchange 25,000 gold bars in the bazaar. This is what I go for. But you have to unlock that by getting the silver 3v3. Otherwise, it's going to take you a long time to spend those gold bars. And you're not doing enough 3v3 to get them all, so you're kind of locked in there. So let's take a quick look at 3v3. Oh, wow. Well, you've got the roster to crush it at the bronze 4 level. You should be in like silver 2 or silver 3 at least. Well, no, I wouldn't say at least. Silver 3 is hard. Silver 3 is difficult. You have to be pretty dedicated. But silver 2 is not so bad. So I think silver 1 and silver 2 are relatively easy based on, the roster that you have right now. So one of the things that we saw is like you had unbuilt a bunch of champions, but you've got some good options here. One thing I like to do, let's see. Do you have a UDK? You don't have a UDK, right? Okay. You know, Stultus is a good option here. You have the Sir Nicholas and Lady Noelle combo. That's a nice combo here. Certainly Hefrak. Hefrak's a really good champion. You could use a Kymar setup team. So you have a lot of options here. And what you want to do actually is think about who you want to build specifically for PvP. I think Hefrak is great in a Stone Skin. So, you know, you get him in a nice damagey Stone Skin set. Preferably a 6-piece Stone Skin set. So depending on, you know, what kind of Stone Skin. Well, you don't have much here. Okay. But get him in a 6-piece Stone Skin. And then what you can do actually is, so his passive is whenever an ally is killed by an enemy, instantly activates his Hefrak Scorn, which is this A2, which attacks all enemies and places an extra hit on targets with less than 50% HP after the first hit, and ignores target's defense. So this is what makes him really good. And in a 3v3 situation, this gives you an option for like a go second but hard-hitting team. So you can actually put him in against fast go first teams, which allows you to use your go first team on like their second fastest team. Do you know what I mean? So when you look at a 3v3 situation like this, you're looking like, who are the fastest teams here? You know, this is actually not a big deal. Let's look at somebody else. Somebody who's maybe like here. Okay. So here we've got 2 arbiters, right? And if we're looking at this, we're like, all right, probably the fastest team is going to be the A1 team or the first team. This is, you know, and they're trying to do a lockout thing. I actually, now that I'm looking at them, like, does Hefrick, I don't think you can lock out his, it's a block active skills, and this is a passive, right? So I don't think this can get blocked. I don't think that can, anybody know? Can Warlord block Hefrak's passive? I don't think he can. It is a cooldown, actually. And it does have a cooldown. No, he can't. Okay. I didn't think he could. I didn't think he could. But you can do a little bit of experimentation with that and confirm it. Where were we? It was a double here, Arbiter. Okay, so, you know, rather than, like, if you look at this team is squishy, right? This team is squishy but fast. So you put Hefrak on the team, and a really good team to do with Hefrak would be something like, I was looking for Wukong. You don't have Wukong. Okay, no Wukong. I was thinking about Wukong, but if you have Wukong, you put him in with Hefrak, and then Wukong can die over and over and over again and just activate Hefrak's, you know, passive multiple times. I'm wondering if you have anybody else who could do that kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, you can certainly just do like a well-built Hefrak and squishy, you know, squishy teammates. You don't have to put anybody in with him. You could just do, you know, you could just do this, literally, and then they get nuked out and Hefrak returns fire, you know. But if you don't kill him the first time, you know, or if somebody on their team has Stone Skin, you want to have a second option. And it tends to be nice to have like a Revive on Death or a Reviver who's also in Stone Skin. So, you know, you could certainly do that. You can bring in another Reviver who's in Stone Skin, and then let your allies die and you revive them. And then Hefrak has his opportunity to both nuke himself and to have his passive again. You know, so think about that again. Like if you had, I mean, you'd want maybe she would work. So she's in protection. Never mind. Okay. Who are your revivers? It's not bad. You could certainly use Ursula in that role. Yeah. Anyway, you get an idea. So this gives you, a little bit of flexibility into somebody like this who has two go first teams. And then your goal, of course, would be to outspeed the second team. And this team is going to be probably slower. Plus, they may be disconnected because there's no turn meter fill behind Arbiter. Right. So this means that if your Arbiter goes first and you're speed tuned, you're fine. If their Arbiter goes first and they're not speed tuned, you probably still cut in and then you're fine again. So now you've got two winning teams against two go first, opponents. Now here's a third go first team, and then you have to say, is my Armand's fast enough to beat that team? Or do I want to go into, a more defensive team? So let's assume for a second our Armand's isn't fast enough. And we could say, all right, let's go ahead and replace this. Again, a reviver here in Stone Skin is really worthwhile because, now there's a Madame Saris, could remove your Stone Skin, could be problematic, but potentially, if you don't have a Madame Saris here, then Stone Skin is really nice. So in this case, probably, maybe it's not the best bet to go into that. You might be better off actually doing this and put the Stone Skin Reviver here. Or another thing I like to do is go with a defensive-based aura, like a slow kind of go second team here with a defensive-based aura, which is really nice. And then you could maybe bring that, Mithrala back in, your Reviver, and then, you can decide what to do. Of course, you also have Kymar, so that's a third option. But let's see, who else would we put here? Maybe, oh, you have Staltus. No, so you could use like Staltus. Whoever's, I don't know who has the better aura for Arena. I think they're the same aura, maybe. But so this gives you an option too. Like the other team goes first, but as long as they're not crushing you out, or if you have your Reviver in Stone Skin, you'll be able to come back around. They have an unkillable or block damage buff here, which is a little bit tricky. So, it might be worthwhile having that Kymar or somebody who can strip that buff. But again, a lot of this is probably about putting gear on the champions that make sense for using them in 3v3 arena, which not a lot of people focus on. But unfortunately, you have been stopped on your mission track because of this 25,000 gold bars. So not only do you need the bars to spend, but you need to have big ticket items to spend them on. You're going to be stuck here for a while. So I would say, Tag Team Arena is worth a focus. And it looks like you have some decent, you have a decent stockpile of Stone Skin gear. So hopefully you can get at least maybe two champions into Stone Skin, maybe one damage dealer and one reviver, and just start there. Like that's enough. You know what I mean? And it might be Lady Noelle. Like if you're not using her somewhere else, use Lady Noelle and Sir Nicholas to build yourself a cool team there. Maybe it's a go first team, maybe it's a go second team with the Stone Skin, just to make sure you get into the cycle of, activating the unkillable. So, just think about what it is that you want to use. Maybe you want to build Kymar for arena. Kymar in an arena build can often also be used in PvE. Like PvE and PvP Kymar are actually fairly similar. So you want to think about that because he's got the buff strip plus the reset. Yeah. So how are you doing on Feral? You got some Feral, got some Pinpoint. Those are also great arena sets. Right here, you have the block debuffs buff, which is nice. The intercept stack is better, right? So the intercept from Pinpoint is better because this will block sheep, and also it it can't be stripped. Well, it can be stripped, but it doesn't time out. It doesn't time out. So, just consider putting some of this gear on some of those champions. And I do think, obviously, you have a pretty fast Armands here, so he should be a component of at least one of your teams. And I mean, you've got great lockout champions. You've got Warlord. You've got Kymar. These are both great setups for lockout style teams. You've got good defensive nukers in Staltis and Ragash. You've got good offensive nukers in Thor. I don't know about Alas. I guess is he defensive base? I thought it was HP. Yeah, so I think his his second form is the form that hits hard, and that's HP base. And then you've got Hefrak. So you've got a ton of options. Control, go first, lockout, go second. Yeah, it's going to be just about, committing to a few of these champions. And it's also going to help you in live arena, by the way, which will probably help you grow with more of this. So PvE and PvP go together. And it looks like, you've been a little bit lax on the PvP side, which is not uncommon. A lot of people don't like the PvP as much as they like the PvE. 3v3 arena is certainly a drag, but it can be one of those things. What I would suggest that you do is invest, get into tag team arena, get up to silver 1 at least. All right. And you're close. You should be able to do that this week. Get up to silver 1 at least, get to silver 2 if you can. And then what you do is at the beginning of the week, at the reset, you just go ahead and put in all one-man defenses. What's going to happen is that is going to knock you down into the red area where you can simply farm other people who have put up one-man defenses, right? So you'll be able to burn through your 20 tag team arena tokens every day in like 10 minutes. Tops. It'll take 10 minutes. It's so quick. And then you get thousands of bars. And then all you do is when the ranking period hits 3 days or less, so somewhere between 2 and 3 days, you just put in your full defenses, and you won't be able to farm much during the last few days because you'll just steadily climb. And then you can just get into the yellow and stay in silver 2 until down the line you hit a mission where you need to get to gold. Then you're going to have to make a push. But the frustrating thing for me right now on my main account is I'm in silver 3, I think. I actually got knocked down from silver 4, which was frustrating because of time, right? But every battle takes so much time, and you have to manual so many battles at the end of the week in the last 6 to 12 hours of the rotation to make sure you're getting promoted at that point. But at silver 1 and silver 2, you don't have to do that. It's still really easy to just find teams to get yourself back into yellow and stay there, or even get into the green and get promoted if you need to. But when you're looking for gold bars, this is by far the fastest way to do it. Right now, right now what I would do is I'd literally just put in one-man defenses like this person, and you can farm 60 of these probably before you have to put in your real defense again. And when you're looking at how many, so 60 times 45, right? What's that? 2,700 gold bars before the end of this week. 2,700 gold bars if you do that, So that's definitely the way to go. I helped you get up to silver 3 last time. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, that is it for Zonde today. Definitely let me know, give me any updates on your Sand Devils Necropolis team if you need, any help tweaking a team or a speed tune. But I think it looks like you're in good shape. You've got a couple of options for Sand Devils Necropolis once you get up to 25. I would just manual your way up. I do think Maruka is going to work for you just fine, it looks like. And then, for 3v3, a lot of it's going to be about activity, but also, even if you're just kind of casually playing 3v3, I think you want to be in silver 1 at the lowest, and then just make sure to put your defenses in, with between 48 and 72 hours left, get into the yellow bar area so you just stay there. And you're going to get more gold bars that way. You're also going to unlock the gold shopping area of the bazaar, which is going to allow you to spend on better items. You know, so you'll be able to get maybe a void shard every once in a while, or you know, you can get these accessories if you want. There are 4 stars, which is annoying. You know, or maybe even epic skill tomes if you need to book some people out. Otherwise, keep buying your energy, keep buying your ancient shards, and you know, spend those gold bars. All right, you are welcome. That is it for the first takeover. So I'm going to take a quick little break, and when I take a break, I'm going to go onto my main account here. Let's see what we can do on the main account. There are timers ticking. Yeah, I would do that too, Zonday. I think that's great. Get that Sand Devil up to 25. And then when the regear, you know, the free regear comes, then you can move some gear around. Okay, so what am I doing here? I got 100 energy. How are my clan boss keys looking? Let's go ahead and use a clan boss key. Ultra Nightmare's done. All right, let's just brute force a Nightmare team. I just do this every day. I think I said this last week. I should set up a team with a rare in it. Looks like I don't even have that mission this week. So let's see where I am in 3v3. I think I'm in silver 3. Yeah, I'm in silver 3. And you can see I've already set my one-man defenses so that, you know, hopefully I get knocked down a little bit into the red. I did, in fact, get knocked down a little bit, and then I fought. You can see I fought 7 battles already. That pulled me back up into the yellow. But hopefully this will knock me down. And you can even see my one-man defenses are like all level 40s. You know, they're not even level 60s. So hopefully that'll work. I should put in my one-man defense here. I had a one-man defense in Classic Arena for like 18 months. I didn't change it, I don't think. It was just a one-man defense always. And I don't want this to be a weird thing. So let's just... I have to put in somebody that I'm not going to... You know, I'll put in him. But recently what I found is I'm not as active in Arena as I used to be because I've completed my Great Hall. And so I just don't fight as many battles every day. And as a result, I keep falling into Gold 4. Like, I'm falling into Gold 4 all the time if I have a one-man defense in. So what I've tried, or what I'm thinking about doing, I guess I haven't really done it much, is I just started doing it this week, is at the beginning of the week, put in a real defense, get some leeway from the bottom, you know, earn a couple 100 points, push the bar a little bit, and then put in the one-man defense and hopefully drop back down, because then you can farm stuff like this easily. Yeah, and just a quick reminder, I said this at the top of the live stream, but if you are shooting me a DM at any point about any topic, really, and I don't get back to you, like especially if you have a question about something, especially a takeover or something like that, just try hitting me up again. I get DMs all day, constantly, from viewers and Discord members and community members, from other content creators, from like my business people, from my editor, whose name is Sun, you know, and then from friends, from gamer friends who I've known for a long time in Discord from other places as well. So, you know, on a calm day, I get like 15 different people DMing me. On a crazy day, it's like 50. So, so it's not uncommon for me to just lose track of the threads. And so it's not an intentional like diss. I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm not trying to ghost you. I'm not trying to do that. Just be aware that, you know, sometimes it's a little bit hard for me to manage everything in a reasonable time frame. So if you are interested in a takeover, a paid takeover, and I don't get back to you, just hit me up again. Okay. So what do we want to do here? You know what? I'm closing in on getting these guys maxed out. So let's go ahead and run this for a little bit. run some of these. Yeah. All right. I'm going to quick run to the restroom. I'm going to refill my drink, and I will be back in 2.5 minutes. Okay. I'm back. We're doing all right here. All right. So I'm going to reset the wheel of Takeover. I'll have to give my spiel again. Give me just a second. Okay, so if you have not done this before, oh my gosh, I've given this spiel so many times. This is how it works. There is an invitation link to my Discord community in the description of this video. You need to click on that, become a member of the Discord in order to be eligible to get your free takeover. Now, in the Discord, you want to scroll down on the left-hand side where you can see all the various channels until you get to an area called the Coaching Corner. In that area, there is a channel called the Wheel of Takeover. In that channel, there is a message that says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. All you have to do is react to that one time or click it as many times as your fingers can before they break. But you'll be entered one time, and then eventually I'll spin the wheel, and the wheel will decide who can win. You can only win one takeover in the calendar year of 2025. Once you win, what's going to happen is I'm going to DM you. I want you to DM me right back with your login information, so your password and your email address, and then tell me what kind of takeover you like. I'm going to give you a new Discord role so you can join me in the voice channel where I'm hanging out. It's called the Coaching Voice. That way you'll be able to hear me in real time because there is a delay on the live stream. So you go ahead and mute your live stream and you can listen to me in the voice channel. And then that way I can ask you questions and you can just DM me the answers because your microphone will not work. But you will be able to hear me in real time and answer back via DMs. And that's basically it. I think that's the whole thing. Yeah. So we'll be doing that in just a couple of minutes. And as far as takeovers are concerned, just a quick note. If you want a gear cleanse, I kind of cap that at about 15 or 20 minutes. So I will do a mini gear cleanse with a bit of an explanation about what I'm doing and can kind of use it as a coaching session. So you can always go back and rewatch the video and hopefully that'll explain to you how to do a gear cleanse properly. But I'm not really interested in doing an hour-long gear cleanse on somebody's account. And sometimes people enjoy those kinds of takeovers, but not enough for me to want to do them more. As far as everything else is concerned, all the other takeovers are on the table. I will say, though, I am not a Chimera expert yet. I just haven't had the time to really sit down and dig deep into that fight. So I'm happy to theory craft some stuff, and we can always use chat, and people can, suggest their ideas about Chimera teams. But I feel more comfortable with, the other content. So whether it's Cintranos or Doom Tower, Arena, 3v3 Arena, Live Arena even, Clan Boss, Hydra, Faction Crypts, Dungeons, Hard Mode Dungeons, Sand Devils Necropolis, Iron Twins, Phantom Shogun, all that stuff. Let's go ahead and get a poll up. We need to get a poll up. Just a quick question. You can go ahead and let me know what you're doing in terms of the Esme fusion. Got a lot of people reacting today. Not that many viewers, but we got a lot of reactions. Not a small number of viewers. I think we've hit, what have we hit? What's the top? The peak was about 156. So not too bad. We got 128 right now. Speaking of which, if you haven't hit the like on the stream, please do so. Yeah, I know you don't do Fusion Shock. I still don't quite understand that, but play the way that makes sense to you. Create a clip that I can play when I take a break. Yeah. To do that. 469. All right, getting there. You can see I'm still trying to get my Geomancer up to speed here. The funny thing is, on my challenge account, my Geomancer is fully 60 and masteried, and here on my main account, I'm still working on my masteries. We need new players in our clans. Okay, Great Dane. Thanks for the reminder. We do have a Colred Plays clan cluster. I'm not sure if do we currently have 5 clans again? We had 5 at one point, and then one kind of disappeared when our leadership retired from the game. One of the leaders, retired from the game. And then we had the Hydra issue. A lot of clans lost people when the Hydra nerfs came through. So we have either 4 or 5 clans, and we have spaces in pretty much all of them. Not a ton of spaces, like, 2, 3, 4 spaces in most of the clans. But if you are looking for a new clan, one that is more active, or you just want to be part of a really cool community, you can go to our Discord. You're already in the Discord because of the Takeover Tuesday. And there is a section for clan applications. So right below the coaching corner, the next section of channels is the Colred Plays Clans. And you can go to the clan applications and you can read what's there and then fill one out. 1, 2. Oh, it looks like we added a 6th clan. Wow. Okay, so we actually have 6 clans. And you can see, how many spots that we have in any particular clan. And then make your application. So right now it looks like all of the spots are full up except for a few, but that must be, I don't know if that is automatically updated or if that's manually updated. Let's go ahead and look at this claim. How are we doing? $25 out of 30. Yeah, so it's not updating as quickly as we'd like. So we do have a few spots here available. I haven't seen us down at 25 in a long time. Usually we're up around 27, 28, 29. But yeah, and this is the top clan. This is my clan. So you can see me right there. And, you know, this is our top clan. You can see we have a decent power spread. So from somewhere, it looks like around, we do have a couple of people. This is a mistake. I don't know why that person's in the clan. But we have some people around like 4 or 5 million, and then it goes up to about 20 million or so, 22 million in terms of power. So a little bit of a spread. Again, this is a mix of free-to-players and spenders. So we don't discriminate. If you are fun and you're active and you want to join a cool community, certainly consider joining one of our clans. Gotcha. All right. So the other thing that's going on right now is this deck of fate for the Knave of Hearts. Now you have to do this with dungeon diving again or soulstone. And I've saved some soulstones. I have a decent number of soulstones, but I don't think, I mean, the points on the soulstones are not great this time around. I think they keep reducing this. This used to be like 4,500. Actually, it was more than that, wasn't it? Because I think Immortal Soulstones at one point were 1,500 points, but maybe that wasn't a deck of fate. Maybe that was for something else. But it feels like the points are really lower than they should be. Yeah, they definitely nerfed those. But I should be pulling down the Esme pretty easily. I do have to complete this gear enhancement, I believe. Shouldn't be a problem. We've got 100 million silver. And then what's left? I think the only thing that I have to worry about is there's going to be a Ice Golem tournament, and then there should be a champion chase. This champion training I have to complete, but that shouldn't be a problem either. I will go for these primal crystals, probably. Yeah, I'm not going to compete with the people for actual prizes here. Okay. All right, so it's 4:17. I'm going to give everybody about one more minute here to react to the Wheel of Takeover if you are interested in a takeover today. Yeah, darn, they've been nerfing them. It's really frustrating. It's so frustrating that Plarium just keeps nerfing. It seems what they do is over time they introduce more ways to get a resource. I get more soulstones now than I've ever gotten before. There are more tournaments that reward them on a regular basis. There are more special things, you know, events that happen that reward them. And so I pick up more than I've ever picked up before, but they're worth less than they've ever been worth. You know, so it's like you can still get, it's not necessarily an awful system, right? In the sense that if my primary goal is to get souls, getting more is better. But as a free-to-play player, I'm always looking for that double dip, that triple dip, right? And it's like those things have gotten worse. And that feels bad. It feels like they've nerfed these even though they're giving me access to more. They've done sort of the same thing with what was I thinking of? I'm sure they'll do the same thing with relic, like forge materials. But yeah, there was something else I was thinking of that they did this with. But anyway, my point being that, you know, it's like player never just gives you something in a friendly way. Whenever they give you something, they always are asking for something back, or they make something else worse. You know, it's always like a one step forward, two steps back kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, they give us more and more ways to get, like, one of the ways I get more energy now is getting into live arena. I try to get these 50 energy every day. Oh, we could fight a battle here. Let's go get that energy. I'd like to get the chest every day. You know, and it's like, oh, some people think this feels bad because it forces you into live arena battles, and live arena battles, like, your win rate's always going to be eventually around 50%, which feels way worse than it does in classic arena, you know. But I don't mind. It's another source of free energy. The auto battles add up. We'll just fight one of these battles. Hopefully get one win. Ah, damn it. He took my Nishak. Okay, so the question is, how do I want to go? You know what I'm going to do, I think? Let's just bring in Odin's nice because he's kind of a support plus a damage dealer all in one. And there's Marius, of course. Gotta ban him. This is an irritating team. Siffy teams are always irritating. So let's go ahead and see if we can stun people. Nice.
Thank you for being awesome, Smile.
See, Christy, thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Appreciate you being a member. Appreciate you coming here and hanging out. And I always appreciate the direct support for the channel. That's awesome. So thank you very much. I like the message too. Thank you for being awesome. There we go. That's, yeah, there we go. And nuke and done. Okay, not so bad. I'll get that free energy later. Okay, so let's go ahead and spin the wheel. See Christy making my day. I feel so good now. I'm awesome. All right. Good luck to all of the entrants. Let's go get it. Thinking of a strat with Knave for Arena, but I really don't like Arena, to be honest. Yeah. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm trying to do either. That's what I'm... This is crazy. This is another repeat winner from just late in 2024. We've had back to back to back second time winners. But it's a new year. Those are the rules. That's the way it's played. We gotta work through all of these repeat winners because they can't win a second time in 2025. So everybody will get, a chance to win in 2025. But we've got Lucifer here. Let's see if it's the same. Are we working on the same account? Sorry, Himbo. So, Lucifer, why don't you join me in the voice channel and respond to my DM and let me know what kind of takeover you are interested in. That's another person who said we need mercy. Just wait until Shock gets another account showcase takeover. Shock doesn't really want to take over. He wants to show you why his account is better than yours. Or mine. That's what he really wants. He wants to show you that his account is better than mine. Well, Shock, maybe you'll get your chance, buddy. Might take a little while. You never know. All right, level 75 account. We are closing in on 270 days. Vizix is so good. So good. So we last worked together in December, beginning of December. So it's been 2.5 months. Jason, you're going to have to go back and listen to the spiel from like 10 minutes ago because I just went through it twice and we just spun the wheel. So I'm sorry that you missed the takeover, but you should stick around and watch it. Maybe you'll pick up some tips. So let's see what we're looking for here, Lucifer. Is there anything specifically that we're hoping to improve today? Just, again, shoot me a DM. Let's take a look at the account while we're waiting. 6 stars. We've got 48 of them. Very nice for such a short time. So maybe a mid-spender here. Because we're closing in on, we're in our 8.5 months in, right? So does have Wukong, does have Artak. So maybe the account's been around for a little while. Does have Ninja. Push for Marius and hard dungeons. Okay. Let's take a look at the Marius missions. Obtain 5 mythical accessories from the Spider's Den. So you want to, Spider 10 hard mode quick farm. Hard mode Ice Golem is coming up. Hard mode Fire Knight is coming up. All right, so we need the hard mode dungeons. So let's take a look at where the dungeons stand right now. I'll just look at Ice Golem's peak. Stage 2. Okay, so we do want to push this. Maybe chat can let me know, because I'm not 100% certain on this, but I don't think you don't get mythical drops right away in hard mode, right? You have to get to a certain stage. Is it like stage 5 or 6 before you start getting mythical drops? I forget. But I'm pretty sure you don't get mythical drops right away. It is stage 1? It's just a low chance? Okay. All right. So let's start with, let's start by looking at all of them first. So we're there, stage 2, stage 7 on Dragon, Fire Knight, stage 2. Okay. So we want to push these. That's great. I love that takeover. That's a great takeover. Give me some options, Now, we only have 2.47 million in silver, so we might not be able to do a whole lot in terms of rebuilding. So I'm going to see what champions we have. Let's go ahead and work on Ice Golem's Peak first, because it's actually the most irritating. I find the other three, Fire Knight's the hardest, but Ice Golem is the most irritating. And the best thing you can generally do here for this is you want to go with HP burns. The boss, I believe, is immune to poison. So you can't really use poison. But HP burns don't set off the nukes as much, right? If you have a block revive champion, that can be really useful. If you don't, that's okay. Let's see about block revive. Right, block revive is not in here, I don't. Yeah, okay. So let's look at the champions. Ooh, look at that. Cheshire Cat. Nice. I really like Freya for this dungeon. I think she's great for it. You're working on a protection set for her, which I think is nice. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Stone Skin. Never mind. Which is fine. That's gonna work fine. Yeah, you don't have your Lydia yet. You like running Artak with Uella? Yeah. I mean, I definitely like Artak for this. He would be my go-to. I'm just looking to see if there are other options here. Supreme Kale could be nice for the waves. And he's got to increase accuracy. His poisons obviously won't work. It's good to have an AoE reviver. Block debuffs, buff on all allies for 1 turn on a 3-turn cooldown. Not my favorite. I mean, we could certainly use Doom Priest. But let's see. I think Freya is the way to go. I don't think we have to worry too much about that. You do have a Kymar and a Seer. Seer's built, or at least sort of built. Yeah, she's not hitting hard enough. You do have a Mithrala Lifebane, who is very underbuilt. She's also level 45. She is booked. We got a Geomancer who's a bit underbuilt too. You should get him out of lifesteal. If you want to put him in something defensive like that or survivable, it would be regen or, something like that. He doesn't. You're not going to get heals the way you want to off of lifesteal, I don't think. So. And he needs, really good accuracy there. How's Freya built? Is she fast enough? So I think one of the reasons you're going to be struggling with hard mode dungeons is because it feels like you're not quite built the way you need to be built on a few different champions. You have a roster. That Geo's clan boss speed tuned. Okay, so we won't mess with his speed. Or we won't mess with him at all. 322 on the Arbiter is nice. I love Rio. I want this champion so badly. I mean, Rio's great. The problem is you don't really want this A2 coming out. You don't want a weaken and a decreased defense on the boss, because then you're more likely to push him over his threshold. Now, Androck. I like Androck for this. He looks really nice for it. Let's look at his second form. Enfeeble on all enemies, but you can't put an Enfeeble on the boss. Okay. So I think I'm getting an idea for a team here. I was going to try to use Mithrala. All right, so let's see. Nice column 20. All right. So the thing about the increased defense auras is that you got to remember that the boss ignores defense on his nuke. So a defense aura only helps you with the waves. An HP aura will actually give you more survivability than a defense aura for this particular boss. Also, speed. Speed can be really good. So if you don't have a good aura, you know, obviously you can always use defense because it's not like completely wasted, especially if the boss only has one ad alive, right? Or no ads alive, then the defense is going to play. But, you know, that's just something to keep in mind. So I do think we're going to pull out these champions. We're going to keep Artak in. I feel like you've got a lot of what you need here. We're going to bring in Freya. It's going to give you a little bit more wave control. Plus, she's going to give you a lot more survivability. And then I think we're just going to bring in Doom Priest for the cleanse, backup cleanse, but also for the healing, just to give you the healing. The increased attack doesn't matter so much. And I do want to look, what was I thinking about Supreme Kill? Why was he there? Increase accuracy, decrease resistance, waves, basically, right? And the weaken. Yeah, he's not bad. But I think I'd rather have a reviver. How's Kaya built? What else does she bring? She's got some healing. Turn meter fill. Block debuffs for 1 turn. I mean, we can't bring in Geo the way he's built. Could we bring in Rio with her heal? Yeah, let's just do that. Let's bring in Rio. Bring in Rio instead of. Maybe we just want more. We might want more wave clear speed. So let's go ahead and let's do Rio here instead of Doom Priest. Let's just do that. Yeah, let's just do that. There are a lot of options here, you know, but I'm trying to find a middle ground between speed and 100%, you know, reliability. So we're just going to let this auto for a while and see how they do. Supreme Kale is really here to just help with the wave clear. I noticed he wasn't fully booked yet, but it looks like he's mostly built. I think Androck's first form is going to give you, you know, a lot of sturdiness to your team with the strengthen and all that stuff that you're getting. So this should just walk up to at least stage 6 or 7, maybe all the way to 10. I didn't actually look at the build for Artak here. You're going to need enough accuracy and speed. So the thing about Artak is, first of all, they fixed his AI, thank God. Oh, that was so annoying. But you the faster he goes, the more effective he is, right? The more HP burns you can get out there, the better off you are. The shields here, the cleanses, Rio's healing. Should be more than enough. Get everybody where we really need to go. Artak is OP. I love Artak. I think Artak was the best free login champion of all time. I actually don't think it's that close. Like, I really love Wukong and I love Ninja. Like, those are both like god tier. I actually did a video on it debating who was the best, and I picked Artak as the best. But like, if you could give me one of those three champions from the beginning of the game on a new account, that is supremely irritating. It would definitely be Artak. Like, I would want him from the beginning. He does everything that you want him to do. Like, the HP burn is great. The AoE decrease attack is great. I had mine in a stun set for a couple of months. It's so good on him. It's so good on him. You know, you got the activation. Yeah, really nice. All right, let me do this. I want a new poll. Only 43% of people going for Esme. All right, so I'm giving you 4 options here for the best free login champion of all time. So it's either Artak, Ninja, Wukong, or the rest of the field, meaning like anybody else would all be there. So you can let me know who you think is the best. This is the crazy thing about Freya here. Like, she's just so freaking strong. You can build her with good damage, too, if you want to. I mean, you don't want to for Ice Golem, but... You know, so I think, the issue here is if we're doing too much direct damage, and it might be just Supreme Kale. We might have to pull Supreme Kale out, which will slow us down on waves, but it just has to be a thing that we do. Then you get nuked, and then you lose your Artak, and he's most of the damage. The weird thing about Artak in this fight is you actually want the ads up as much as possible. You don't want to kill them off because 3 burns is better than 1, right? Because a burn hits everybody. So if you're only doing 1 burn's worth of damage, you'd rather have Ninja. So that's a consideration as well. But this mythical guy, Androck or whatever his name is, gives you a lot of sturdiness. I really like him in this role for this particular thing. No UDK. He's in rest of field. I don't think UDK is close to being the best. He's good. When he came out, he was, you could argue between him and Ninja. But I think Ninja won that fight back then. But again, some people probably feel the other way, which is like, that's fair. I think the other thing about it, which is funny to me, is that people hated the character Ninja when he got introduced to the game because he was based on a real person who didn't play the game. And, some people really push back at that. It's kind of the, iconoclastic response. It's like no, man, Ninja doesn't play our game. Screw him. He's just a weird stream. Like, he thinks he's cool. He just made $10 million, signing to stream for YouTube or whatever. And so people were like, they just pushed back at the champion because of the person. And then after like maybe 6 weeks or 2 months, people were like, oh yeah, this is the best boss killer in the entire game. So I guess we gotta not hate on Ninja so much. And the reverse was kind of true for UDK, where it was like, people just loved the character, of Death Knight and Ultimate Death Knight, and they did the whole thing where it turned out that Ultimate Death Knight was like Death Knight's, spiritual successor, and then he kind of adopted him, and it was kind of funny, it was all right, whatever. But people were excited about Ultimate Death Knight coming into the game. And then everybody got him, and he just clogged up Arena so bad that he became that champion that everybody hated. You know, I still do this. Like, I would rather UDK not be in the game. I have him. I use him in Arena. I would rather he's not in the game. UDK skits were great. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. When they brought Ninja back, that was a good day for a lot of people. Artak and Ninja neck and neck with Wukong. UDK and the rest of the field falling far behind. The weird thing is I should like UDK because he's an actual tank and I love tanks. But I would so much prefer a tank like Freya. Like a supporty tank who gives you a lot of utility. Rather than UDK, who I feel is like, it's not that he's a one-trick pony, because he's not, but that passive is just so annoying in Arena, you know? I wouldn't even mind it if, like, they just turned his passive off in Arena. Just did that. Just turn his passive off in Arena. And or have it be like like on a counter. Like, it's just, it works one time. It just saves one champion one time. You're like, all right. So almost 8 minutes there. So that was bad. I mean, it worked, right? The team worked. I do think Freya and Androck are going to be great here. Let's get this out of the way. Why don't we try throwing Ninja in? Let's see how Ninja does in terms of damage. What's his damage? 216. His accuracy is okay. Yeah, his accuracy will be high enough. Of course, now he's weak affinity. How tanky is... It's okay. Let's try this. The Incarnate is good. I agree. My favorite is Islan, actually. I think he's my favorite. I also really like who's the guy that came out right before Islan? The Sylvan Watcher, Emek Trunkheart. I'm not saying that you can't use UDK to good effect, especially on a new account. Of course you could. But here's the thing. There are a ton of legendaries that would be great as progressive champions. Sigmund, not Siegfried, but Sigmund the High Shield, the legendary Bannerlord who's free from a code right now, so you can get Wukong or you can get Sigmund. He's a crazy good carry in the early and mid game. He's a great tank, and he gives you so much. Gives you strengthen, up for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. He gives you shields. He gives you all sorts of stuff. It's like, so yeah, you get a 6-star legendary tank early in the game. He's going to carry. Tylint Ixlamore will carry you. Like, Snick Track will carry you. Islan would absolutely dominate. Like, he would carry so hard. So it's UDK's awesome, and you can build him for damage, and he can hit pretty hard too, right? He's got a provoke, he's got a decrease attack, he's got a fear, he's got a shield and continuous heal. Like, he gives you so much. honestly, one of the champions I would love to start the game with is Freya right here. I love this champion. I think she's so good. And unfortunately, she came into the game at a time where there's not a huge need for another champion like this. Like, I still think there is, that's not even fair. I think there is a need for any champion who can give you an AoE cleanse with a block debuffs up for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. I think there's a need for that because there aren't enough of those champions, right? There are only like 7 of them or something like that in the game. So getting access to another one, is really good. She's also a great affinity for it, I think. So we do have Pythion in that affinity, but the other ones are like Cardiel, right? Like, who's really tough. We've got Elva, who is a different affinity, which is nice. I'm trying to think of who else there is. There are a couple. There are 1 or 2 mythicals who do it, actually. I think there are at least 2 mythicals. But like, Freya is one of my favorite. She's my favorite new tank, I suppose I would say. And the weird thing is, she is a tank. She's not a healer support, right? She's not a healer. She's not a reviver. She gives you turn meter fill. She gives you provokes. She gives you shields. Like, she's a tank. She's defensive based. She's a legit tank, which I love. So yeah, I love high utility tanks. I also like self-healing tanks, and you think I would like UDK for that, but I don't. I just hate him. I just hate him, not because I don't like using him, but because he has made the game a worse experience for everybody in Arena. If you are trying to grind up Classic Arena, he is just a nightmare. He is an absolute nightmare. One of the nice things about Ice Golem hard mode, like if you bring in weak affinity champions, is they actually are less likely to activate his slam because they're going to weak hit, and weak hits like are less likely to activate his slam. So I think this team is a go. This team feels decent right now. So we'll get away from Ice Golem. We'll go look at a different dungeon, but let's go ahead and maybe we can throw this. You don't have any you don't have a lot of open spots. So I'll let you program this in. But I do think this team will probably walk you up pretty far until they run out of stats, at some point. But I really, really like Freya for this because she gives you so much. And you've got a 5-star soul on her, which is awesome. We may be using Freya again today, And Stone Skin is good for her. She's good in Arena, so if you're going to use her in Stone Skin, I get it. Like, I understand. She could probably use a little more speed. So, if you can get, Farrell's not bad, but I would actually, like, if you could get Pinpoint on her, get a little bit more speed out of her that way. And then, yeah, get the 6-piece of Stone Skin. So, 6-piece Stone Skin, 3-piece Pinpoint would be really nice on her. Or, arguably you could drop her down to 4 pieces of Stone Skin and get 4 pieces of Pinpoint, or even 5 pieces of Pinpoint on her. It's not bad. I guess 5 pieces of Stone Skin also makes sense, but I like the additional speed here on the 5th piece. So if you could get 4 of Stone Skin and 5 of Pinpoint, that would be better for like PvE content. Okay, so I think this team is good for this. Yeah, and you can mess around. I think, the trick with Riho is if you're going to bring her in, turn off her A2. You don't want the debuffs. Like, let her use the A2 maybe on the waves and then turn off her A2 for the boss. But I think that Doom Priest actually is perfect for this fight, and you should be able to walk up to at least stage 6. You'll probably be fine at stage 7. Stage 8 is going to be the trick because you're going to be weak affinity and a lot of, with a lot of your damage dealers and stuff there. But again, for Ice Golem, that's not as big a deal. It's just a matter of them taking damage. Are they going to take too much damage? Are they going to die? Do you need a reviver on the team? And if you do, you have some options. You talked about Lady Noelle. You could certainly bring her in. In addition, you could... I was going to say you could bring in Arbiter, depending... Arbiter's very fast. She's going to give you a lot of turn meter. You could certainly use Godseeker and Neri, because she gives you, sort of that double revive, the passive revive and the active revive. If you get Mithrala up to snuff, you could certainly put her into this team. She can actually play really well here. But I I'm starting to replace Mithrala in some places with Freya, because Freya does a lot of what Mithrala does, right? But she has the block debuffs. That's the one thing that Mithrala is missing in her kit, is that block debuffs buff, right? Otherwise, it's a beautiful kit. Increased defense, strengthen, shield, hex, poisons, cleanse, like all that stuff. And she's so easy to build with accuracy to get good resistance as well. And she's void affinity. So, but honestly, just Freya, Freya gives you a lot of that. She doesn't, where is she? There she is. So she gives you the provoke, which you don't get otherwise. And then you get the increased defense and the shield. So those are two of the things that you get. You also get the cleanse, but here you're getting turn meter fill and a block debuffs instead of a strengthen buff, right? Instead of an increased attack. And then I love this passive, right? She just gets tankier and tankier. So, and this is pretty cool too. I didn't really think about this when I was putting the team together. I don't use that outside of PvP. Or I don't think about it outside of PvP. But okay, so that was Ice Golem's Peak. Let's look at Spider's Den. I think you want to decide if you're going HP burn or direct damage, right? Because this is like 2 HP burners. Then you've got the direct damage from Thor. If I recall correctly, the Thor wasn't built badly, right? 202 speed, a little bit low on the speed here. Slayer to get the crit rate? Yeah. Do you have a Slayer? You don't. Unless... That's unfortunate. Feral gauntlets are pretty nice. Okay. I really like the idea of Supreme Kale here for this team. Again, Rio is really good for this team because in this case, this, decreased defense, weaken, decrease attack, decrease, all that stuff is awesome. Plus the block debuffs and the cleanse. But again, it's probably going to come down to speed here for a lot of these champions. All right, so let's see who we have for AoE decreased defense. So it's Deacon or Duke, really. Okay. Ooh, you got a Herndig down here. I love me some Herndig. I want this champion so badly. All right. Kind of interested in this Enfeeble here. But I think that's overkill. I don't think we actually need it. Sorry, I'm in my head a little bit. I'm thinking about Mithrala here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I want a Hex champion if I can. We've got Mad Hatter with Hex and Weaken. I think Mad Hatter would be awesome here. And he's actually built faster and in Relentless. And it looks like he's booked. He doesn't have a blessing right now. I'll take a look at the preset in just a second. Do you have a blessing that you want for Mad Hatter here? Do you know? 312 accuracy, yeah. Yeah, we got enough accuracy. We'll be fine. All right, let's just put some glyphs on here. Yeah, we want him to be faster anyway. I'm assuming he's not speed tuned for anything. You just got him. Oof. This is beautiful. Is it okay if I use a 6-star glyph here? I don't have to. I could use a 4-star. Okay. Gonna do it. Come on. Big money, no whammies. Stop. 7. That's good. I'll take it. I'll definitely take a 7. Yeah, that's a 30 speed helmet. That's insane. That's awesome. And it looks like you're building him for damage, which is could end up working out for us in this particular fight as well. Although you don't have the crit rate, so maybe not. Maybe you were... I'll leave it for now. Doesn't matter that much. I got to think about this for a second. I have not yet mastered my own Mad Hatter. So what do you think? Should we stick with the support tree for the accuracy and the debuff extension? That feels right to me. And if you're not speed tuning him, you may even want the cycle of magic on him. And then the question is, do we go defensive tree or do we go offensive tree? I mean, if you're going to use him in Hydra, you know, the question is, do you want that? You know, do you care about things like War Master or not? Or would you be better off going with, you know, decreased damage, all that stuff, and then maybe... Let's see what YST says. It says cruelty or brimstone. PvP. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. PvE, you go this way. Yeah, and again, that cycle of magic makes sense. And you want the accuracy and then the debuff extension. I mean, that makes the most sense to me for PvE. PvP, but this potentially also makes sense for Hydra and PvP. Oops, we don't need that anymore. Okay. You have a feeling one way or the other? Or are you kind of cool with whatever we go? Because use anything. I think we'll go with for a second there, I was thinking about Soul Reap. But that's not really worth it. Okay. I think we're gonna go with Brimstone. And I think we're gonna go here. And we'll go here. $425, you got enough. Yeah, we're good. All right, so I was thinking about Mithrala, which I would love, but let's bring in Hatter instead. That'll be fun because I haven't really messed around with him too much yet. And yeah, I just want to double check Supreme Kale something. First of all, AoE weaken is 60% chance right now. He's got 3 AoEs, right? Yeah, okay. All right, I like it. Let's try it. Let's open with the A3. And we'll put the Hex out there. And the weekend on the boss, hopefully. And then, yeah, that's right. Thor's going to be joining that attack. Do we get an extra turn for some reason? Fills his champion's turn meter by 10% for each decreased resistance debuff placed by the skill. Wow. We got a full extra turn. Or not quite a full extra turn, I guess. 90%. Just Deacon's not fast enough. Deacon's too slow. Is Deacon in your clan boss team? Ouch. He is in the clan boss team. Okay. That leech is going to be helpful. Gotcha. Yeah, I thought it might be. That's why I asked if it was a Myth Air team. Unfortunately for that team, Deacon needs to run relatively slow. Not like it's not awfully slow, but it's slower than I would typically run him for most PvE content. So he's probably running 185. So that's actually that's on the slow side even for a Myth Era team, I think. But that's fine. I mean, if it does what you need it to do, that's a good use of, a champion. And Seeker as well, probably, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, that means we don't have a ton of options for go first. A Kempton would be kind of interesting. He brings hexes, though, and we've already got our hex kind of sorted. What about, Kaya, right? Where's Kaya? There she is. Now, she gives us an aura, and she gives us turn meter fill and the block debuff, so maybe we'll swap her in. Or we could just come in with Duke the Pierce. But who would be... We don't have an aura. We don't have a speed aura. How fast is Duke? 187. That's too slow. I still like the Androck option. I think he's got a decreased defense on the second form, right? Yeah, but it's only 50%. That is a pretty cool looking champion, though, isn't it? That's freaking cool. All right, let's go with this for now. Let's see what happens. Now we're bringing in a weak affinity champion. That's why I'm bringing in a reviver, just to see how we do here. I'll just let it run on full auto, see what happens. You can get around to Freya's shield. That would be nice. So that when the boss nukes, we don't all get crushed. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Gotta like that brimstone. Without a weaken, a decreased defense, or a hex out there, we're going to run into damage issues. Not this round, apparently, but at some point. Poisons do work on the boss. That's not too bad. Minute 16. All right, let's try to get this to stage 6. Let's see what happens here. We should be okay on this one, although we're going to have a little trouble landing our debuffs, I think. But at least Arbiter, maybe Arbiter, I don't know if Arbiter has enough accuracy, but if she could land a weaken on the boss with her A1, that would be useful. But now we've got Thor being strong affinity. That also gives us a little bit of leeway if we don't land all of our debuffs. There's the shield. Well timed. Not out of planning, just out of luck there. Although, honestly, I didn't like the way the timing was before. That's another reason why I brought in Arbiter, just to give us that additional turn meter fill to try to get around to that shield. Man, Supreme Kale, I don't really like Kale as a champion, but I do want Supreme Kale badly. Dark Kale is pretty good. That hurt. I mean, we're fine, but that hurt. Minute 18. All right, stage 6. Let's see if we can just do this without swapping. What I would probably do for this team is the odd thing is once you get your Lydia, like she's going to come into all of these teams. She'll come in here. She'll come into, like a lot of teams. You can potentially bring her into Ice Golem and use Seer and just nuke out the ads. And then she block revives them, on the return. So it becomes a nice option for clearing out Ice Golem relatively quickly. So you can basically set it up so that Seer like just kills the ads once, and then the rest of the way you just go with HP burns. Could be a lot faster. So you basically nuke out wave 1, you burn down wave 2, you nuke out the ads, and then you shut off the her nuke. I mean, you can actually keep it running depending on what you have, but usually, like I use Newt, so maybe if you got Temerius, you could use him. Or you have a Thorian. Just a single hit, though. And boom, we should be done. Not too bad, minute 22. Let's get a good piece here. There we go. Defense, HP percentage, defense percentage, and speed. Love it. Beautiful, beautiful Lizardman banner, even though it's not a pinpoint or something. But okay, so there you go. I think this team will keep going for a while. If you're going to run into issues, it's going to be about speed. That's why I brought in that Arbiter. And then remember, in this particular type of fight, the boss will always get a turn. It's impossible to stop the boss from getting a turn unless you're one-shotting the boss, and you don't have the damage to do that. So that means you either need your team to be tanky enough to withstand it, so time that shield from Freya. Get that shield up in time. Make sure that everybody survives. Or you have to rely on a reviver like Arbiter, and that means Arbiter has to be tanky enough to survive that hit. And probably the boss isn't going to get more than 2 attacks, because you do have enough damage to just keep crushing the waves. And so that should be good. But, speed, tankiness, and eventually you want to speed tune this. But I do think that this team might struggle at stage 8 when Thor is weak affinity. But otherwise, I think this is a pretty good team to walk most of the way up. When you get your champions to level 60, get them, all their gear kind of glyphed and maxed out. Another thing you can do here, obviously, is you can make this swap if you need to, right? Get her in the lead. That's going to give you a little bit more survivability. Obviously, this kills the ads faster, so you have to kind of weigh, what you need on any particular stage. But that should be good. It should be pretty good. All right, let's go ahead and jump over to Dragon. Dragon, you're already at stage 7. Yeah, the reason you're struggling here is probably affinity, right? Your 2 damage dealers aren't hitting hard enough. The purple bar could mess you up. And you don't have, this is Freya territory. Probably Androck too, honestly. It's a good team, but it's just a little bit fragile for being negative affinity, I think. So what I would probably do is just bring in that Freya again. And then the question is, do we need something significant on top of Supreme Kale here. Gotcha. You were using the stuns to keep the waves in check. Yeah, I could see that. I'm wondering if we need like Kaya here, or again, Doom Priest. Or if we just go with, let's just do this. We're up to stage 8. Yeah, okay, let's just do that. So I don't think we need to worry about when you're pushing stages, you will invariably run into a stage that you struggle with, not because of the team composition or anything, but simply because of affinity. And my guess is that's what happened there. And when you are struggling with affinity, you can lean on tankiness, and you have really good tankiness in your roster. Freya is a beast. Androck is a beast, right? Like, these are really good tanky champions. You can supplement them with a reviver like this, right? Or, you could try to reduce the damage, like with a decrease attack. That could be helpful, but he's weak affinity. Healers, stuff like that. I'm just for the sake of like safety, I'm going to go with Arbiter because she's so fast and she's one of your best built champions. Plus, she's even got a little bit of a intimidating presence there. And I think this should work fine. You don't actually need a ton of damage. It's going to take a little while, but we just need to get past this stage. And then we can worry about, speed tuning once you get to stage 10. 9-piece Feral Rio. Yeah, that'll be awesome. One accessory away. She's one of the best champions in the whole game to have 9-piece Feral on, too. That's crazy. That's so good. I think does she have 6? She has 6 native debuffs, I think, right? So you're talking about a 30% boost against bosses. That's insane. Oh, don't kill my Arbiter. We could use some provokes here, Freya. Yeah, I want this champion. When she came out, she didn't get a lot of love when she came out. People were like, oh, she's kind of okay. And I think she's gotten stronger and stronger over the years. But I wanted her right away. Because I just love that A2. But simultaneously, I think she's the coolest looking champion in all of Raid. I really do. I think she's the best. Like, if I had to pick one skin out of all of the skins in Raid that I actually think is the best, it's been Rio since the day she came out. There are still others that I love, but I think she's the coolest looking champion. All right, so that was 1:25. That wasn't fast. Hopefully this wave will be a little bit simpler. It would help to have the crowd control. I understand why you brought Thor in, because you're not doing enough damage really here. And obviously I pulled out most of your damage. But to burn through this quickly. But this is where that tankiness comes in, right? That's why we lean on the tankiness and we say, okay, let's go ahead and make sure that we don't die. Unfortunately, it feels like the squishiest champion on this team composition right now is the Reviver, is Arbiter. She's the one who seems to be the most likely to die. And you definitely want a tanky Reviver. Now, Kaya could end up being that tanky Reviver. Arbiter is fast, right? That's her goal. She's not a tank style Reviver. But Kaya could be, right? Because she's got more healing. And she's got the block debuffs and stuff. Is it block debuffs? I forget. I don't use my Kaya very much at all. I'm sorry, wait a second. I don't have Kaya on my main account. That's why I don't use her. I pulled her on an alt, like when she came out. Like when she first launched, I pulled her on an alt, and it was like one of the last champions I used on that alt account, and I never played that alt again. Yeah, I can understand Rio being your profile champion. Cardiel is mine. But All right, so this should be fine. Depending on how the buffs go up and when they go up here. Yeah, so that's good. We're gonna get all the HP burns, all the debuffs out. That decrease attack is huge. Now we get the shield. I don't know if we're gonna be able to burn through the purple buff or not. But as long as we have some decent debuffs up, we should be okay. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. So this should be fun. When you're taking on the dragon, whether it's normal dragon or hard mode dragon, you know, the things that you're worried about obviously are the purple bar, the poisons, and the stun. So you really need to control the poisons. That's where the cleanse and the block debuffs comes in. That happens to handle the stun as well. The worst case scenario is when your cleanser gets stunned and then you can't, then you can't cleanse the poisons and then you get hit again because that's when you get nuked out. The purple bar is not critical. It's really not. Or it's a bigger issue in the early game than the late game. So, if you're on a new team, that's like on a new account, that's what you want to do. It's actually not all. It's 5-star. I don't know. I'll leave that for you to decide. Can we grab some energy here? Do we have any energy to grab? Actually, let's see. Got energy here? Nope. You mind if I grab that one energy? You've only got one left. Gem it. Well. Okay. All right, so let's push a little bit further. Let's see if we can get this to 10. Now, I think the next two should be easier, right? So this is going to be... It's not as big a deal in terms of affinity. So the question becomes, do we stick with what we've got? Or do we bring back Thor? And if we are bringing back Thor, who do we remove? Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that swap. Oops, Freya, sorry. Can we run without Arbiter? The slow's going to help. The extra damage is going to help. But we really need provokes and stuns because Thor will get hit. There are the stuns. That was beautiful. Hey, John Hodgson. Good to see you. Oh, Cibic. Good to see you, man. A Thorian. Yeah, that's a good idea. We have a Thorian somewhere, don't we? Or was that on the previous account? I get confused. Solo with Archer. Nice. Yeah, I love my Nair Gigante Archer. She's... After Cardiel, she's probably my favorite champion. I mean, I love Mithrala too, but... Oh, Nair Gigante Archer is broken. She's so strong. I'm really starting to enjoy my Freya. I'm really happy that we're getting to use a Freya today so much and get some good value out of her. She is such just a a high utility tank, and I love high utility tanks. I just love them. They do so much work on your account. If you're a free-to-play player, invest in some high utility tanks. You don't need that many, like just one or two. Even at endgame, look at her. I mean, at endgame, when you're talking about like hard mode 10 dungeons, when you're talking about live arena, I use her in live arena all the time. She's a beast in live arena. I'm going to be using her in Siege this Siege. Oh, so good. Wow. Okay. The best free login champion of all time. People are leaning into that ninja. It was like a good 30-30-30 for Artak Ninja and Wukong at early in the poll, but it looks like people are feeling. All right, here we are at stage 10. I think this team will be fine. I think this team will be good. High utility tanks. I mean, we were talking about them before. You've got Emic, Trunkheart, Islin, like Strategos, Islin. Anybody who brings like Snick Track, anybody who brings a lot of we'll go through some later, but anybody who brings a lot of additional abilities. Athens, great example of one. Valkyrie's not bad, actually. Martyr's not bad. Martyr brings you like a decrease attack plus the counter attack. Does she also bring decreased defense? Yeah, technically UDK is a pretty good high utility tank, right? I mean, we were talking about Sigmund the High Shield, right? High utility tank. I mean, Androck certainly fits that, right? He's a super high utility tank and does decent damage along the way. I mean, I think that's one of the reasons why I love Mithrala, because she fits that mold too, right? Like, she's technically not, she's more utility than tank, but she plays that role. She brings you an increased defense, increased defense, strengthen, and a shield, plus a cleanse, right? And then you got the hex, and then you got the, everything else. It's like crazy how much she brings you. Think about Duchess, right? Duchess is a high utility tank. Wukong has to win because he's the only one useful literally everywhere? I don't think Wukong's useful everywhere. I don't think any of them fit in anywhere or everywhere, but all right, there was a little bit of, scariness there in Supreme Kale dying, but we still were able to get through that. 2 minutes, 22 seconds, 111 turns. It's not too bad for the first, stage 10 clear. I do think you have potential to speed this up a little bit. There are different ways to speed this up. Like I said, Lydia would definitely be good here. But this team feels really nice. That team felt really nice. Just walked up. Wasn't even really a problem. That weak affinity team, that weak affinity stage at stage 8 was the toughest one, but honestly, it wasn't hard. You got Androck from a single primal on your first pull. Congrats. I'm enjoying him. I've used him a couple of times in takeovers, and I've never had this much like value in him before. I think he's in an okay build. He needs to be a little bit faster, but you have him with a lot of defense at 6,700. HP is 67,000. That's and so he's doing good work because he's really hard to take down right now, and he's fast enough that with like a turn meter filler and a speed buff, he's not too slow for some of these things. But realistically, you need to get him another 40 speed at some point. So you're going to be looking for Let's see. I mean, do we have any? No, okay. So, you're going to be looking for, oh, that's a nice banner. You want to glyph that out too. And he's in protection, which is fast. So it might just be a lack of substats. No speed substat. That's decent. That's not great. No speed substat. And that's not great. So, potentially, if down the line you can replace 3 of the pieces, maybe you can pick up 20 or 30 speed that way, between the rolls and the glyphs. And that might be nice. But otherwise, the speed on the boot, right? If you want to use your, whatever it is, your dust here, to try to land on speed, this is always a gamble. It can take a lot of dust. Or you can find another boot that's actually just a speed boot and you can keep the defensive, like this is a lot of defense and potentially you can swap him just into a speed boot. I didn't even see that at first. So that's 45 speed right there, and you're trading away 1100 defense. It's not nothing. You know what I mean? So you would maybe want to get that back somewhere, but this gives you 2 ways to approach that speed. Do I want to swap out other pieces, get more speed substats, like try to get a speed ascension on the boot, or do I want to switch to a speed boot and then try to get some of the defense back? I don't know all of the places that you use him. 5,600 defense certainly is enough for him to be really tanky, but it's not like god levels of defense. It's not where even now you're not at god levels of defense, but that's a really nice number, 67, almost 6,800. I think my highest defensive champion is pushing around 7K. I've probably got 3 of them there. I've got 3 of them between 6,500 and 7,000, like right where Androck is. I could probably push one, like if I wanted to consolidate gear and push one really, really hard, I could push one to like 72, 7,400, something like that. But I don't know that you need that outside of PvP. Right? This is a number, this is a PvP number. You don't need that for PvE. In fact, you don't even need the 5,600 that we were just looking at for PvE. For all of the hard mode dungeons, all like Iron Twins, for everything, if you've got 5,000 defense on your defensive based tanks, you're fine. You're fine. So depending on how you want to use this guy, if you want to use him for, PvP, then yes. Now, can you benefit in PvE from a super high, stat like that? Yeah, sure. It's fun, right? He's going to do his job a little bit better. But my point being that, speed is the universal multiplier. It's going to make him better in all of the things that he does. It's going to bring him back around to his skills. It's going to allow him to, outpace the enemy in PvE. So can just consider it. Certainly he doesn't feel weak. He certainly doesn't feel weak, but he does feel a tiny bit slow. So let's do the last thing, and then that'll probably be it for today. Let's look at Fire Knight's Castle. Let's see what you've got going on here. Okay, so you have the champions. You've got, let's go over here. Let's just look at it here. So you have the champions. The champions that I would probably go with are Cryodan, Neldor, and Yakarl. I think that's a really nice combo. I would probably end up ditching the ninja. You could certainly bring in Shiramani. She can do the job as well. I wouldn't use Lady Noelle for this. But Cryodan, Neldor, and Yakarl are more than enough to get the job done. That's basically what you need in terms of damage, but all of them are, not yet complete. Neldor's booked, Cryodan's booked, so you're already on your way. You could try it, by the way, with, let's say, Ninja for now and not worry about Yakarl for a little bit, see how far you could push, without that. You could even maybe use Lady Noelle if you wanted. Although she doesn't really have a multi-hitter. Right? So it's more of the, yeah. I would probably stay away from that. So, but Neldor and Krydan will get the job done for you. And then we're just looking for, we're looking for ally attackers. So there's your primary ally attack. And she's fast enough. She's on the edge of too slow, but she's fast enough at 279. That is fast enough for stage 10. It would help to be over 300 with her, but again, it's not critical, and you can decide, where you want to invest your fast gear. Now, Mad Hatter's interesting because he's got this ally attack on his A2, and he does have a double hitter on his A1. But I don't know that I would use him. Morag's okay. Her ally attack is 2 additional allies. So here's the thing. If you bring her in and then you get Lady Mikage's A1, it's only another hit, So it's like you have to watch out. You have to bring in a lot of multi-hitters there. So what you could do, let's just theory craft, because I don't think we're going to be able to really, really get you a team here. Deacon is way too slow here. And I don't think we're going to worry about Thor. So what I would probably do is something along the lines of That's Arena. That's all battles. But she's not really. Where is she? I mean, she's got some turn meter fill. You don't really have a good speed or a lead right now. Honestly, I see you have a second Deacon, and I'm almost, thinking like just build a second Deacon, but you're really on the cusp of outgrowing Deacon. And it's not that Deacon wouldn't be valuable in places like this, but Deacon's not your Fire Knight 10 solution. Like, he's just not. Can he be used in a pinch? Can he maybe get to, create something that could work for you in certain circumstances? Yes. And would it be nice in other places to have a really fast Deacon? Like, you have your clan boss Deacon, then you have another Deacon running at, 280 speed somewhere else? Absolutely. And it would be great in places like Centranos and Doom Tower and all those other places. Faction crypts and everything. But it feels like you have enough champions that you need to invest in, that investing in a second Deacon here as you enter late game or, as you progress towards end game, it's probably not the most efficient use. I still think it would help. Oddly enough, it would still help. Maybe Cheshire Cat. I mean, he only has a single hit on his A1, but he does have a triple hit on his A2. He'll help with wave clear. but that also seems like a stretch. I mean, if you're building him anyway, you know, it's not a bad thing. I mean, a Kemptum gives you a triple hit on the A1. Can help you with, you know, hexes on the waves. How fast is he running right now? 204. I mean, arguably you could pull Cold Heart, right? And you could do something maybe more like this. It might work. It might work. You've got Neldor slowing the waves. You got Cryodan freezing the waves. You got a Kemptum poisoning the waves and hexing the waves and clearing them out. You could always use Mikage for her stun during the waves. Like, you don't need to use your ally attack until you get to the boss. And then Arbiter is giving you the speed and increase attack, which will increase everybody's damage because all 5 champions are attack based. It gives you a little bit of a backup in case somebody dies, like to the boss, because the boss is going to get a turn probably. You will prevent a lot of turn meter, but you won't stop it. It's a squishy team. It might be able to get you to stage 6, though. It might be able to get you to stage 6. In fact, you know, I don't know. I don't know if we can do it without Neldor and Krydan currently built. Where are they? How fast is he? He's at 209. Krydan is at, so not quite fast enough just yet. You have Martyr also. Okay, let's look at Martyr. We're talking about utility tanks. Oh, she's not built though. Okay. So the thing about Martyr is, you know, you get the counterattack, right? And so this is talking about high utility tanks. Decrease defense on the A1. Great for boss killing. Increase defense and counterattack for all allies. Increase survivability plus counterattacks, AoE counterattacks. So strong. And then you've got the AoE decrease attack. And then also you can place a provoke for 1 turn on an AoE with the counterattacks. Super high utility tank, really easy to build with great stats. You know, this is an all-around carry type tank. So we can talk more about that. But I don't know that she's... Is she the solution for Fire Knight hard mode for you? You could potentially do... you'd probably still want Neldor and Krydan. I'm trying to think of, like, could you do like a Freya kind of wave control thing where I don't know. I don't really see it. I mean, so you can go tanky, right? You can go tanky. Mithrala would actually be decent for it. So like a Mithrala, Martyr, Cold Heart, you know, kind of situation. Maybe with Thor. You could probably piece something together. Or Geomancer, right? Because Geomancer gets the reflect, but it's tricky. Because there's so many stacks of shields, right? You're gonna need heals, you're gonna need revives, you're gonna need a decreased speed. You're gonna need all sorts of things. I feel like the simplest, most straightforward way to do this is to use freeze champions. Multi-hitter freeze champions, and they're 2 great epics. We have them right here. These 2 great epics do this job really, really well. and you have Lady Mikage, who's the perfect ally attacker. Until you get a second good ally attacker, and like potentially Morag could use, you could use Morag in a pinch. But until you get a great second, ally attacker, you're probably not going to completely control the boss's turn meter. With Neldor and Cryodan and Yakarl and 2 ally attackers, you could probably do it, right? But the problem with that is, where's your speed aura? Where's your speed coming from, right? Because you don't have an increased speed champion there. You don't have a speed aura. You don't have turn meter fill. So, for me, I have Cardiel. He's got at least a speed aura. Maybe the Deacon Armstrong in that spot gives you a speed or a turn meter fill, plus a decreased defense for the waves, plus turn meter decrease for the waves, plus a double hitter on the A1. Maybe. There are a lot of ways to solve this problem. So you don't have to do it this way. Like, you could go with the tanky counterattack option. You could. But I think you're just more champions away from that. Do you know what I mean? So yeah. I think this is, something like this for now. You definitely go to break the shield here. I mean, Arbiter has a double hit. Neldor is a triple hit. Krydan is a double hit on his A1 or a triple hit on his A1? I think it's a double hit, right? Triple hit on the A2? No, it's the other way around. What am I thinking? It's a triple hit on the A1, double hit on, yeah. Neldor's triple hit, quad hit, double hit, right? I mean, Ruel is also awesome for this, but yeah, I think the thing that will stop you is speed. So you'll probably get up to stage 5 or 6, and then you'll run out of gas. A really fast Seeker can help. But I think a really fast Deacon would be the other option. If you were going to go Martyr, Freya would actually kind of step into that. I know she doesn't have any multi-hitters, but she's going to give you the block debuffs and the cleanse, plus the turn meter fill. Going to allow you to speed up a little bit, and she's also giving you this prevent death of an ally. So when the boss hits you for the first time, your ally won't die. So that could potentially be a way to go. So maybe we should have done this one first. The other 3, I think, were better. You're just a little bit further away from Fire Knight. And of course, it's the hardest one. But I think, for this takeover, we did really good work. We put together a team, I think, on Ice Golem that'll probably walk you up to stage 6. I think you'll be fine there. Dragon's Lair, we got stage 10 now on farm. And with a few tweaks, I think it'll be, 100%. I don't know if it's 100% right now. It felt like you're probably okay. And even with Supreme Kale dying, I think the Spider's Den, you've got the idea of a team here. Again, a little bit more speed or tweaking. And we talked about some other things you could do, like once you get your Mithrala kind of up to speed. But I think you'll be able to get Spider's 10. Yeah, I think you're in good shape. Yeah, Farrakhan the Fat not built. Yeah, Farrakhan the Fat would be a good ally attacker for Fire Knight. Yeah. But again, we're still missing that speed aura. It's okay to run without a speed aura if you have either, 1, everybody built really fast, or 2, you have somebody who's giving like an increased speed or a turn meter fill. So for instance, like a Seeker, right, who's giving you 30% turn meter fill every other turn, who's got a double hitter on the A1, who's got a provoke for the waves. Like that's the kind of champion that can empower your whole composition and take some pressure off of your gear. But without a champion like that, you're in trouble. So, if we're talking about Neldor, Krydan, and Carl, great freezes, great utility, excellent multi-hits, all of the debuffs you really need. Slow, decrease attack, decrease accuracy, not weaken or decrease defense, but those only speed things up. Those don't increase your success chance. But none of them bring a speed aura. None of them bringing... Actually, never mind. Krydan does. Why am I saying you don't have Cryodan? Does Cryodan brings you a turn meter fill and an increased speed? Where is he? There's Nil. There's Cryodan. Yeah, his A3 is sick. It gives you increased speed and turn meter fill. So this is going to help. This is definitely going to help. You may need him to be your fastest champion. That might just alleviate some of the pressure there. You know? And for him, I would definitely go like all perception or all feral or all pinpoint or whatever. Like you know, probably perception because you're not going to necessarily need him in feral or pinpoint. Get his accuracy up to where it needs to be, whatever that is, 375. And get his speed up to like, 280, 290. And he's going to allow you to open with this, which means you're not opening with the freeze on the waves. So you got to be aware of that. And that's going to allow you to push the team faster. And then maybe you don't need Deacon, then maybe you can just do that and have, have a different lead. Might work great. Now, other champions down the line that you could think of are like Razzlevarg. Razzlevarg would be good. There are some damage dealing champs that have speed auras. All right, so really quickly before we're done, let's talk about some high utility champs. So Sigmund is the one I was talking about. This is a guy who is a free promo code right now, so you can pick him instead of Wukong. So, the A1 removes shields, which is kind of cool. But so the A2, double hitter, each hit has a 75% chance when booked of placing a provoke and a 100% chance of placing decreased attack. That's such a tank skill, right? Because it's providing additional survivability to your entire team with a decreased attack, plus an AoE provoke at a really high rate. That's going to be 87% of the time on each champion. Then you've got a shield, right? Which is part of this guy's max HP, and he's got pretty good max HP. It's not crazy high, but it's good. Plus strengthen. Right? So this is like, when you're talking about non-provoke tanks, this is what you're talking about. Providing additional survivability, plus potentially drawing attention through the provoke. So you've got shield, you've got strengthen, you've got decrease attack on everybody, you've got provoke, and then you've also got this, whenever this champion is attacked, it has a 20% chance of decreasing the duration of all buffs on the attacker. So potentially removing buffs off of the enemy. And then you've got this aura for Doom Tower if you need it. This is a high utility tank. He's not the best high utility tank, but for early game, he can carry. And if you look at his reviews are awful. Absolutely awful. And I guarantee you, he is good in every single location in the game, in the early and mid game, right? At end game, is he good in a lot of locations? Probably not, but he shouldn't be 3.6 in Faction Wars. This guy is like easily at least a 4-star champion in Faction Wars. His rating should probably be like 4.4, 4.5 for Faction Wars, if not higher. Yeah, honestly, he could be like a 4.7, 4.8. He's that good for Faction. So, people don't like tanks in this game. They're not sexy. This guy's old school. Maybe he doesn't look super cool. Bannerlords generally don't anyway. I personally think he's fun looking. I love his beard, but like this is a guy that's, hang on a second. My stream crashed. Sorry about that. I have not seen chat move for like 10 minutes. I'm like, why is chat not moving? So have you been talking to me for a while? All right, I think we're back. I don't have chat up yet. There we go. Can I do a guide on Knave of Hearts? Probably not, but we could take a look. Yeah, so I haven't seen like the last 10 minutes of chat. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, so high utility tank, right? Let's look at, Knave of Hearts. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I'm so interested in this guy. Where is he? There he is. All right, decent stats, right? But let's look at the A1. Double hitter, chance to provoke, heals the ally with the lowest HP by 3% of this champion's max HP. So a 6% heal of this guy's HP onto your ally with the lowest HP, plus the 50% chance of provoking, right? On each hit. So that's a 75% chance. Really good A1. High utility A1. AoE on the A2, 3-turn cooldown, 100% chance of stealing 2 random buffs from each target. So it's not just a buff strip, it's a buff steal, plus a continuous heal on all allies, except himself, which is unfortunate. But he gets unkillable and taunt. So he's got provoke, and he's got taunt, and he's got an AoE, and he's got a buff steal, and he's got continuous heals for your team. Plus he's got heals on his A1. So he's being a heal bot for your team, plus a taunting, provoking tank. Swaps HP with the target enemy, places 100% heal reduction on that enemy for 2 turns. This is so cruel, right? This debuff cannot be removed, transferred, or have its duration decreased by enemies. Then he equalizes the HP levels of all allies. The HP levels of all allies will be brought up to the level of the ally with the highest HP. Then he places an increased. This is a stupid skill. Basically, you can put this ability on yourself, have unkillable and taunt for 2 turns. Get hit by the entire enemy team. You can't die because you have unkillable unless they remove that, right? But they can't get through it. You can have 0% HP. Basically, you can have 1 HP, and then you can swap that 1 HP with a target enemy, get to 100%, and then heal your entire team. Stupidly good tank. Stupidly good, right? At the start of this champion's turn, fully restores his champion's destroyed max HP, so they can't even use destroy max HP against them. And then when attack, he destroys the attacker's max HP by 20% of the damage received, up to 50%, plus 30% HP in all battles. His stats are like decent, right? He's a little bit slow, which isn't really a big issue for a tank like this. His defense is a little bit low. His HP is pretty nice at 22.5. He's bonkers. He's bonkers good. Right? When I saw this guy come out, everybody was like, he's whatever. I'm like, I think this might, arguably he's better than the Queen of Hearts. Arguably, but high utility tank. As a carry out of the gate, crazy strong. Crazy strong. Yeah, 9-piece protection on this guy. So first of all, he gets continuous heals up on everybody. Unkillable on himself. Taunt on himself. Increased defense on everybody. Yeah. I mean, honestly, he puts out a decent number of debuffs too, right? No, it's just 1 heal reduction and 1 provoke. Okay. But yeah. Yeah, crazy good. I like the idea of pinpoint on him so he can't be sheeped, right? Because that's really potentially an issue for PvP. But if you're only using him in PvE, then I would definitely go protection. Or you could even put him in, you could do a lot of things with him. You could put him in regen and immortal. You could put him in, early game, you just put him in resilience. Resilience and immortal. That's all you need. You need a little bit of accuracy on him because he does have to land his provokes and his swap. But I'll say this. If you don't land the provoke or the swap, that's not the biggest deal, right? Because you have continuous heals in the unkillable and the taunt. The taunt doesn't need accuracy. Provoke needs accuracy, but taunt doesn't. Yeah, use them with Heracles. Crazy, right? Absolutely. That would be awesome. I'm sorry, not Heracles. So you can pronounce this several different ways. But I think it's probably Heraclides. That's what I think it is. I don't think it's Heraclides. It's definitely not Heraclites. I think it's Heraclides. But am I going for the Knave of Hearts? I'm not going for the deck, no. It's too much, it's too expensive. No. Best case scenario based on these numbers, which are unfriendly for the Soul Stones, I think I could probably get I could get about 10,000 points. I think I could get about 10,000 points from Soul Stones, which means I would need to get 30,000 points from dungeon diving. It feels really expensive. Also, I don't particularly like the rewards outside of the name. I mean, these rewards are on the weaker side. If there were like legendary Alice Forge materials, so I could get myself a Cat's Gaze or something, then maybe I would go for it. And you could always pick up that as a consolation prize. But yeah, I could see that, Darn. You get 2 taunt champions. Yeah. All right, let's look at some other, real quickly, other great utility tanks who I love. Wixwell. Provoke. Decrease attack. Increase the value of shields. Intercept. Increase defense on all allies. Right? Places counterattack on himself. Works with the Provoke. Really great high utility tank. Let's see. Islan, love this guy. Provoke on the A1. He's got a 100% decrease speed, which is just awesome. Plus, he decreases duration of all enemy buffs by 1 turn, which is really nice. Little kind of sneaky thing there. Ally protection, increased defense, counterattack, and shields. And then this is the crazy thing. Every time he's attacked, he heals himself for 1% for each 500 defense on this champion. Get him up to like 7k. You're talking about 14% heal every time he's attacked. Plus, he heals everybody else who's under an ally protection buff placed by him. Now, you can run him by himself. You can run him without allies. He's much less likely to die, and he can be just like an unstoppable solo machine. Incarnate, we were talking about Incarnate. It's actually really nice. Again, Provoke. Places a shield on all allies. Proportional to defense, ally protection, and strengthen. Shield, ally protect, strengthen, provoke, and then increases champion's accuracy for all that stuff. I mean, obviously, if you use her with Arbiter, you get a lot of value out of her. Who else is a really good high utility tank? We were talking about Freya, so Freya clearly fits the bill. Nair Gigante Archer, absolutely, right? Increases the accuracy on her 1 hit on the A1, which is the most underwhelming part of her kit, and yet incredibly useful, that accuracy. She's got an AoE that has a 100% chance of stunning, or if it's a boss, it's decreased speed, so you don't waste the stun, right? Decreases turn meter for waves under the stun, and then fills her turn meter if a decreased speed debuff is placed. So against bosses, she gets extra turn meter fill. Then she's got an AoE hex, plus an AoE provoke. And if this is on a boss, it's for 3 turns and 2 turns. So she's perfect for Hydra. Plus, she heals everybody by 10% of their max HP when she hits a target under Hex debuff. So if she is up against a 5 champion wave and everybody gets hit with Hex, it's a 50% heal. Plus, she increases her own defense. Plus, she's got defense in Dungeons Aura. Stupidly good champion. Stupidly good champion. Obviously, you can't get her anymore. I shouldn't have bothered talking about her, I guess. I'm sure there are some here like, Brazoor, absolutely, but he's void legendary. Let's see, who are some of my favorites? Oh, who's really, really good? It's not even that super high utility, but Drexthar, it's got the HP burn, it's got the AoE provoke, plus the decrease attack, plus the HP burn on the passive. Nice. Right, Duchess is, super, super high utility. Wither's actually really nice. I like Wither a lot. She's fun. AoE on the A1 that has a chance of leech plus a continuous heal on a random ally for 2 turns. If she's solo, that continuous heal always lands on herself. So if you solo with this champion, she's got an AoE that has a 50% chance of leech. So if she lands a leech on 5 enemies, she can potentially heal herself 5 times with her next AoE. Plus, she's getting a continuous heal for 2 turns every turn if you're using her A1. She's got an increased defense for herself, right? Increases the duration of all continuous heal buffs. Remember, she's placing all of them from her A1. And then she instantly activates them. Then she's also got an AoE cleanse that heals by 30% of her max HP. So heals on the A1, heals on the A2, heals on the A3, AoE cleanse, AoE leech, right? Like, And then on top of this, she's got a passive that places a continuous heal on the ally with the lowest HP for 1 turn at the start of each turn, which again, if she's soloing, will always be her. It's insane. You can put her in Slayer set if you want. You could put her in Slayer set. She gets extra, turn meter fill from that. You could put her in Protection, right? You get her in Protection. She's going to get a ton of continuous heal buffs. She's one of the most unkillable champions in the entire game. And when you look at her stats, 24,000 HP, almost 1,200 defense, and 108 speed, plus 40 built-in resist. And she's even got an ally resistance in all battles by 50%. So again, if she's soloing, you can build her with enough resist to basically resist anything. I love this champion. Love this champion. Who are some of my other favorites? Well, Mishinaki, right? Although he's a little bit more of a damage dealer. But who's Emic Trunkheart. I love Emic Trunkheart. Such a great. So shield growth, all that. But this ability places a shield on all allies, right? It's an AoE, decreases the cooldown of all ally skills. Such a good ability. And then he's got the unkillable and the taunt. Okay. I love tanks. I love tanks in this game. They're so much fun. They're so much fun. They're so much fun. Can I help you with a decent Mithrala preset? All I would say for Mithrala is, let's real quickly. The way to build this champion for the most part is with Perception Gear. Because you want speed and accuracy turns into resistance. So all I would do is I would start here, look for HP and defense, and you want speed and accuracy. And if you can get all of that, like this piece is beautiful, right? Defense, speed, accuracy, HP. And you just want to keep doing that. Like put all of those pieces together. You could certainly use some Immortal. Like, it's not a bad idea to go with Regen and Immortal, but if you do that, you really, really need to ramp up all of the other stats through substats and through the accessories. So just be aware of that. But speed is critical on her. You do want a lot of speed on her. She's a setup champion, and she's a cleanser. So, you want her to be going fast. When I say setup, what I mean is her Hex, right, sets up your damage. But she also gives increased defense and increased attack, which sets up your damage, right? And also makes you harder to kill. Plus, then you got the cleanse, the strength, and the shield, and then you've got the petrification off the Hex. All right, listen, the baby is in need, so I've got to call it right there. Thanks so much we got 2 takeovers today. So thanks to my takeovers. Thank you to you. Thank you for the people who have supported the channel today. It was excellent. I enjoyed it. And I will be back next Tuesday. We'll do it all again. So if you didn't get your takeover today, hopefully you'll get your takeovers soon. All right. Thanks, folks. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you soon.